workshop to order. Besides for the script here, which I'll go into in a second, we had a very good meeting the other day. I'd like to carry forward from where we were the other day, where we were on housing and a lot of the social issues. And I really don't want to hear a lot of ideas. I want to hear a lot of solutions, how we can move forward and not just talk about what our problems are. I think by this time we all know what our problems are. So let's just try to move forward and get some work done. Krista, we in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act? Krista?
Yes, sir, we are. Yes, we're in compliance, sir.
Hey, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Harkins?
Here.
Mr. Ames? Here. Mrs. Becker? Here. Mr. Lennox?
Here.
Mr. Stanford?
Here.
Mayor McCann?
Here.
All present, sir.
Thank you very much. Walk.
There we go. Push the green button as a rule. Well, good morning, everybody. Mayor and Council, first and foremost, thank you for being here. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Appearance by citizens. Today we have 5 citizens signed up to speak. I ask that when you're called upon that you come to the microphone here in front of the audience. You flip the switch forward and you begin at that time. Please make sure you state your name for the record. Our first citizen is Frank Babel.
Thank you, Krista. I'll get right into it. I'm going to talk solutions, a few of them. First, our roads. Recent studies have documented that reducing roadway speeds also reduce automotive crashes while improving vehicular flow. Please consider adding as a priority in 2023 the reduction of speed limits on our Hilton Head Island arterials by 5 miles an hour as a way to improve the safety and the condition of our roads. Next is the bridge. 2 points I'd like to make. We rarely discuss the plight of the poor folks who commute daily across our bridge. They don't have any spokesperson. Their travel across the bridge is constantly being disrupted. Mainlanders are also abandoning doctors and businesses on the island because they often experience traffic delays. This is an economic and a social problem. These personal disruptions must be taken into account in this whole process of the bridge. The second thing I'd like to comment on is the matter of aesthetics. It's not the bridge that matters, it's the view. It's what we look for and see and visually articulates the beauty of this island when the bridges are crossed. It's the view. We don't really care what the bridge looks like. The third point is back in the 1980s, many American businesses had significant quality control and productivity problems. On the scene came Dr. Deming, Dr. W. Edwards Deming, and other quality gurus who changed America's thinking about quality and productivity. We were in the toilet back then. One of the teachings was about the significant few. Most organizations cannot simultaneously undertake too many initiatives. Successful organizations pick a significant few of the biggest challenges and concentrate on them. If Dr. Deming were here now, with all due respect, he would challenge the number of strategic initiatives being simultaneously undertaken by the town. My last point is about pathways, systems, and biking. We all know how the system has evolved over the past 15 years into a major town amenity, a strategic initiative, and a town differentiator. We have been recognized with a gold-level bike-friendly community award since 2015 and will be reapplying again in 5 months. TripAdvisor contributors have rated riding our bike trails as the #1 best thing to do on Hilton Head Island for 8 straight years now, and an industry has developed with over 30 businesses selling, renting, and servicing bikes with hundreds of employees. Mark and his team have a great team, and they're all over several major new programs to further improve the system. But another of other challenges will still remain. My question is, for something that is so important for our town, our residents and visitors, why isn't this part of our discussion today? Who is in charge of biking in our pathway system? Remember when I used to ask the question, who is in charge of safety? Thank you, Bob, for being here, and welcome and good luck to you. Okay? Who is going to lead us to the next level? Platinum, introduce needed courtesy and etiquette education and make other overall systems safer and more bike and pedestrian friendly for everyone. Thank you. Those are just a few thoughts to set my ideas for you when you go in through this day, and I wish you the very best of luck. And thanks to the three people, John, Tom, Bill, for your service to our community. We'll miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next is Mike Malika. Malika?
Yes, good morning. My name is Mike Malika, and my wife and I are full-time residents here in Hilton Head. And I'm here not only representing myself and my wife, but also 570 dues-paying members of the Hilton Head Pickleball Club. Maybe this doesn't sound as weighty as all of the problems that the gentleman before me was addressing, but it's very important to us. As you may know, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States, and it services all age groups from teenagers through seasoned citizens such as myself. I happened to attend a Parks and Rec meeting 4 or 5 years ago where they made the recommendation to the town council that a 22 to 24 court dedicated complex be built on the island to service the residents here. Well, here it is 4 or 5 years later, and a lot of things have changed, such as our membership has grown by 3 times, but we're still using the same 13 makeshift substandard courts that we were using back then. And I know there's been a lot of talk, and the mayor and Mr. Orlando mentioned at a Hilton Head Plantation meeting that we should have courts within the next 18 months, and I certainly hope that that happens. It's not just for the enjoyment of visitors, it's to service the community that resides here on a full-time basis. There's a huge demand for this, and I look forward to this being included in your plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malika. Jane Joseph, please. Ms. Joseph?
Good morning. In 2015, Town Council passed an arts and cultural mission to support the advancement of Hilton Head Island as a rich and diverse arts and cultural destination, enriching the lives of our residents and guests. Many goals in the 2021 OCA Strategic Plan, thanks, and Public Arts Initiative came from the recommendations of the citizen-led Arts and Cultural Strategic Planning Committee, appointed by Town Council. I hope that Town Council will continue to prioritize these goals and initiatives. These goals include the creation of cultural districts and the incorporation of arts into other town departments and initiatives, including capital projects, parks, engineering, and corridor improvements. Since 2020, the town's permanent public art collection grew by 60%, thanks to the OCA following these recommendations. We've seen growth and recognition of smaller, diverse cultural organizations contributing to the island's identity as a place where culture survives and thrives, another strategic planning committee goal. As the former chair of that committee, the Culture and Arts Advisory Committee, next created by the Council, and recently the Arts Council, I'm concerned that items on the town's overarching strategic plan are moving forward without town staff assigned to include arts in the early planning. I hope Council will safeguard these commitments that have been made to the citizens, especially those of us who have invested time and energy creating these goals and supporting the OCA. I also recommend that a council member be designated as Cultural Affairs Liaison to work with the new Cultural Affairs Director and attend Arts Council meetings, 6 each year. This would maintain Town Council's engagement with the cultural community and the OCA strategic initiatives, protecting our citizens' vested interest in our art scene and ensuring that future OCA plans are adopted by Council. This role is similar to the Council members' participation in the DMO's marketing committee process. Lastly, I'm adding a suggestion to the housing discussion. I've spoken to some of you already about ArtSpace, a nonprofit which creates affordable, sustainable space for artists and arts organizations, a mix of historic renovation and new construction. The town would fund an initial study and help secure land or a building to renovate. The rest is funded and done by ArtSpace. Their management group ensures long-term financial stability and affordability. Typical projects range from 35 to 55 apartments for family incomes below 60% AMI. Anyone who qualifies for affordable housing may apply for residency. They need not derive their income from art. Think nurse who sings, fireman who plays the guitar. Preference is given to those applicants who participate in and are committed to the arts. Thank you for listening, thank you for your service, and thank you for supporting arts and culture on Hilton Head Island.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Risa Prince. Ms. Prince?
Thank you. I'm Risa Prince, and I live on Marketplace, just around the corner. Hilton Head Island's the first place I've ever chosen as home. Hilton Head Island's the first place I've ever chosen as home. Previously, I went someplace because the university was in the right town, or I got a job and moved to a city because of that. And when I moved here, I did not intend to become a critic, but I passionately believe in both community involvement, AKA put up or shut up, and the American principle of representative government. So when you, our electeds, are not representing the people, we have a problem. Earlier this year, I was hopeful that we'd see a huge amount of progress by now, but I'm both frustrated and disappointed that specifically the 278 independent end-to-end study, the one that Secretary of Transportation Hall not only supports but is willing to fund, has languished under your watch. Yesterday, I attended the housing meeting, and it is yet another in a series of housing crises that we face ourselves, that faces us. And to me, that just reflects completely missing town policy, or at worst, a lack of caring and concern about leaving some of our neighbors behind. While I will acknowledge that there's been some progress made, there have been issues where you have listened to residents, particularly on redistricting. There was no follow-through there with the Board of Elections, so there are still some concerns about whether this November's vote will allow all residents to actually exercise their right to vote. There are a number of other issues that I think the town has failed to address, or has addressed but isn't going to achieve the goals. I read through the RFP for the housing initiative at North Point, and I'm very heartbroken that that does not reflect the intent of those of us who spoke up about that regarding town continued involvement in that project and it being a long-term project as opposed to a developer who can come in and make it affordable for a period of time and then return it to market rate housing. So as you go through today's workshop, I would hope that you understand that there's a bunch of us in this audience and beyond who are concerned and are watching and unfortunately need to remain in this position as critics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Patsy Bryson, please. Ms. Bryson?
Good morning. First of all, thank you, Mayor, Town Council members, Town Manager, and staff for allowing the public the opportunity to not only be here, but also to speak. And also thanks for putting the strategic plan on the website and for the dashboard that appears there and the assistance to the public in keeping up with what's going on with the strategic plan. Now, a couple of suggestions. One is the strat plan is organized by topic, which is very helpful if you care about lots of topics, as I do. But I think it would be very helpful to organize it by fiscal year in order to understand the priorities for each year. So, for instance, what is being planned for this fiscal year? And secondly, what's planned for next fiscal year? If you organize it that way, then it ties directly to the budget for that fiscal year. If it's hidden somewhere on the dashboard, I apologize for making that solution. I have looked, but it's not easy to find. I also have a notebook on it with lots of detail, lots of great charts, but no organization by fiscal year. So a suggestion for that. The other two suggestions have to do with acceleration of some things in the strategic plan. First of all, we all see in the news these days flooding everywhere. And we're concerned about living on a barrier island and the impact of stormwater surges and other kinds of flooding. So I think we ought to accelerate our SWOT analysis of the stormwater plan and also our funding of our stormwater system, and to coordinate with the PSDs and with all communities on the island about our stormwater system to make sure that we can manage that today and in the future. The other suggestion is to accelerate the SWOT analysis of capacity, because a number of us are concerned about the capacity of this island. In many ways, infrastructure, parking, access to beaches, living conditions, and so we need to move that up. That is of high concern to the community, and you have to look through the strategic plan to find where that lives. If you had it organized by fiscal year, tying it directly to the budget as it is, then you could find it more quickly. So those are my suggestions and my thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bryson. Lastly is Mr. Hoagland. Skip Hoagland. Mr. Hoagland? Sir, not seeing Mr. Hoagland. That concludes appearance by citizens. Sir, if you don't mind, I just want to remind council that you have to touch your green button to talk. Once you do, the red light will be on, and then you can talk, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Mayor, Council, thank you. And again, welcome and thanks for being here today. Thanks to the community for being here, members present as well as those watching on Beaufort County. Well, I have one of these. I don't need to push the green button, I don't think, but this is the case. And to those that are watching on social media, we're live on Beaufort County channel. Thanks to them for helping us do that, as well as our town Facebook page. And a special thank you to the group sitting behind me, senior staff, department heads, division managers, their commitment to this community and organization, in my true belief, is second to none. We don't get everything right away, but I know that there's a lot of hard work and a lot of progress being made. Little reminder about today. So today, strategic planning workshop. We were last here together, it doesn't seem that long ago, but we were last here together in October. of 2021. As a town council, you approved the strategic plan in December of 2022. And so today is to review 8 months of work, right? So high-level details and schedules, some of which, well, all of which are things that I heard and been taking some notes on already. But high-level details and schedules and a thorough discussion on those high priority items. So I would suggest today that we spend our time talking about your position and where we're going and where we think we're going and need to be on those high priority items. We would not be able to do that with all elements today. There's time for general discussion at the end of the day on topics that we either already covered or topics that are new to the mix. And as I do before a lot of these things, I just Google strategic planning quotes, and I saw one that really stuck out to me. It was Winston Churchill that is quoted saying, "However beautiful the strategy, you should occasionally look at the results." So that's today. Today is as much about strategy, but is as much about talking about the results. Where are we? Where are we going? How are we doing? What's difficult? Where are our challenges? Are we aligned? Am I doing what you expect me to do? And so on. So a little bit as a reminder, strategic plan is a multi-year roadmap. It's not a one-year plan. When we first put this plan together that you have in front of you and we reference, folks with me here got nervous. How are we going to get all that done in 1 year? And I said, companies don't have one-year strategic plans. We have a priority list, and the public comment is accurate. So far we've listed out all the things we're working on. We haven't, as a team, focused as much on the priority yet. 8 months into a strategic plan, the goal then was, I think everything's a priority. Of course, William Hilton Parkway rises to the top. Of course, our North Point partnership agreement rises to the top, as well as resiliency SWOT analysis and a resiliency plan amongst a bunch of other things. But what we haven't done together is prioritize these elements, and we'll talk about that a little later. But a strategic plan is taking that long-term vision, but it matures over time, right? So that's allowed to mature over time. And I think to being here back in 8 months, more than just once a year talking about the work plan is important to us. And if put in place and followed, and if we're proactive, will prevent crisis level issues. And we heard that word a few times over the last week, but I think that there are several topics here we can apply some of that to. If done correctly, it has the power to transform today's vision into tomorrow's reality. So that's what we're trying to do, and I appreciate that we're all at the table. And I remind myself often there is a significant difference between operational thinking, which is short-term and internal, and strategic thinking, which is medium and long-term and puts in place a competitive advantage for long-term success. So today is less about the operational elements, although some of those are baked into this plan for my sake, for your sake, for this team's sake. And I think that our success over time needs to be measured on the successful strategies and our ability to implement, my ability with this team to implement. So with that being said, I do want to quickly allow and ask all these folks with me here to introduce themselves briefly so we know who's in the room with us and they know that they're an important part of this day. So Krista, we know Krista, but go ahead, Krista. Start us off.
Hi, I'm Krista Wiedmeyer, Town Clerk for the Town of Hilton Head. Oh, yeah, hi. Sorry, Krista Wiedmeyer, Town Clerk.
Josh Gruber, Deputy Town Manager.
Good morning. My name is Ben Brown, and I recently rejoined the town as Senior Advisor to the Town Manager. My primary responsibilities include serving as the Project Executive for the North Point Public-Private Partnership. I'm also assisting the Town Manager with the Land Acquisition Program. I'm working very closely with the Facilities team as we develop a long-range comprehensive asset management plan, and I'm working closely with the Town Manager and senior leadership on various economic development initiatives. Thank you.
I'm Angie Stone, Assistant Town Manager. I am over Communications, Technology and Innovation, and the Office of Cultural Affairs.
Good morning, Mac DeFord, General Counsel.
Good morning, John Schroyer, Finance. We do payroll, accounts payable, budgeting, capital planning, and financial reporting.
Jennifer Ray, I'm the Capital Program Manager.
Good morning, I'm Sean Colin. I'm Assistant Town Manager with oversight over community development. The programs under community development are our development services, which include customer service, development review program, as well as we have our, another program is community planning, capital programs, our engineering, stormwater utility, and then our facilities management section. So all 5 of those programs are part of this department.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Stauffer, the HR Director, or the town's people's champion. So that's
I'm Johanna Pfister. I am the Deputy Chief of Administration and the Fire Marshal. I oversee our 911 Communications Center and the Fire Marshal's office and our supply person, and also liaison to the town's IT department.
Good morning, Chris Blankenship. I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations for Fire Rescue. I oversee all of the fire stations, the response, the training, and EMS divisions.
Hey, good morning. Brad Tadlock, Fire Chief.
Good morning. My name is Nicte Barrientos. I just recently joined the town of Hilton Head in the Community Development Department, and I will also be here as a translator for Spanish to English, English to Spanish, if anyone needs so.
Good morning. Tommy Sunday, IT Director of Innovation and Technology. Joined about 3 weeks ago. Very excited to be here. Got roughly 24 years in IT. I'm also the Municipal IT Board President, so representing Hilton Head through the municipalities also. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kelly Spinella. I am the Communications and Marketing Administrator. I oversee all of our social media, and I do all the graphics and marketing for the town of Hilton Head.
Carolyn Grant, Director of Communications.
Bob Brummage, just retired from Beaufort County Sheriff's Office after 31 and a half years. Proud to be part of this team and under Mark Orlando's leadership and Town Council and the Mayor. I am the Public Safety Director for the Town of Hilton Head Island. I oversee code enforcement, which includes short-term rental ordinance, which is going into effect in January 1. Also, physical security of the town facilities, town hall, and all town-owned buildings, and workplace safety to make it a safer environment for our employees and visitors to our town facilities. And also, I'm a liaison with Beaufort County Sheriff's Office. And again, proud to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. All right, so what a great team. What a great team. And I'm so proud to be a part of it and in this leadership role to work directly with council and directly with this team and with the community. So I'm confident that this team assembled, myself included, that we can solve the challenges we face as a community. And there are a lot of them, right? We know them. It depends on the day, depends on the highest priority. We use the term limited service government. I'm not sure I know what that means anymore. It used to mean you don't have a utility, you don't have all the functions of a major city. But a lot of our services are either internal, they're growing, or they're outsourced, right? Or they're outsourced through agreements, or they're outsourced through partnerships, and they're also just outsourced through the community volunteerism. So lots to manage, lots of great things to accomplish. And I will say that this, I believe, will be the most beneficial and helpful piece of the business, right? Mr. Lennox asked me before, he said that putting the strategic plan together and managing it should be one of your strategic plan priorities. It should be one of your strategic plan strategies and goals because it needs to be. You know, there's work to do to take what we know needs to be done, to convert it to agendas and make those priorities through committee, through council, through appointed boards and commissions, and then make things a reality, right? So things take time. Government always gets blamed that we take a long time, but I always remind someone how long it takes to build a structure, right? You build the foundation first. There's a process in place. It's not just automatically there. It's just not showing up on a truck. So I ask us that as we think through this, that we think through the long-term commitment to building something together, and that's our community. So, and this is only as strong as its advocates, right? So I heard, organize it differently. We'll take a look at that, but I think we should celebrate that what we are working on is clear. And to provide the leadership that I know I need to provide here, I need clarity and I need to provide clarity. And I think that leadership integrity of the team, community, council, staff, myself included with these good folks here, we need to provide that clarity. And so today is about that. And I'm going to continue to remind us about that today. But it's only as strong as our commitment to this process. So unequivocal support of town council, of me, and these affected department heads. A lot of places don't bring all their department heads. It's a lot of salary sitting in a room for a day, but I need them to be lockstep with me and running when I start running, so that it's not a 30, 60, 90-day shift to hit the ground running after a strategic plan workshop. So this team wants to know big picture so they can get to work in their respective departments. Little housekeeping today. I will take a look at this agenda with you. There is a strategic plan workshop meeting outline. Mayor, Council, more for you. We're going to get through this day by 2:59, I promise. We're going to talk about the process that's baked into the presentation. We will talk about our strategic initiatives as they're laid out. We'll review our work to date, those things that are complete, those things that are in process, those things that we haven't yet started. And I think it's important to say what we haven't yet started, because there's just a lot on the list, so to speak. I want to get through as many of these strategies except for CIP, capital projects, and Parks and Rec prior to lunch. So if we find ourselves in that space before lunch, that's good. I'm on track. If not, that's okay too. I want to give a lot of time to town council to talk along the way. So to talk about those high priority issues, some of which we heard in public comment. We know they're high priority issues: the parkway, the safety, the bridge, housing, resiliency. If we want to slow down and talk about the why, that's fine. I just encourage us to not talk about that for everything. And I want to give you a lot of time after to talk about just general discussion. What's on your mind from the topics we already covered, and are there any new elements? Which I put a slide together because I think there could be some new initiatives underway in the future year. We'll also discuss next steps. So what happens after this? Aside from today, it's my job as the manager here and the person in this role to implement. But what else? What do we do in the next year, right? What do we do in early 2023 as we start preparing for budget? So we'll talk about key performance indicators. We'll talk about prioritization, and then we'll also talk about a strategic plan workshop. Not the mid-term update on our results, but real strategic planning, 1 or 2 days. We'll talk about that next year. We'll take breaks at your desire, Mayor, Council. We'll break for lunch. Lunch should arrive around 11:45. We could have a lunch, get back to our table, and by about 12:30, hopefully, we can start talking about the next topics, and end by 3 p.m. Fair? Any questions so far? Okay. Nobody? Wow, it's easy. Let's take a break. So I heard today, and just to to let people know that when you say things, we listen and we hear. Housing, long-term commitment, RFP, we'll talk about that today. Pathways, parks and pickleball. Little side note, it wasn't me that said 18 months. Yes, sir.
Mark, I wanted to make a preliminary comment. When you assumed office as the town manager, one of the first things you observed was that we did not have a strategic plan. We now have a strategic plan. It is the roadmap. I think it makes the town staff that much more efficient. It tends to get jobs done much better. It has destroyed the silos of influence that used to exist. So thank you very much for pushing this through. We've gone through the first year of the strategic plan. I think it has been a good year, and I look forward to more success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We heard about Pathways Pickleball, William Hilton Parkway, organization of strat plan, and prioritization, which is a key point. Resiliency, capacity, and how we tie it all into the budget and infuse Office of Cultural Affairs into everything we do. So lots of stuff already. Good takeaway list. Josh has taken notes. I do have to say a special thank you to Josh, who has been working nights and weekends putting this together. So thank you, sir. So just get settled. So I went through the outline. If my back is to you, sir, I apologize, but I know you're looking at the screen. I'll pace. So we went through the outline, and for the folks sitting out there, it's just an overview of today. It'll get us through today. So I talked a little bit about strategic plan, but how does it help us? It helps us with operating budgets, capital projects, and strategic initiatives. It was a great exercise to sit down with town council and go through the strategic plan. Josh, what's the order? Goals, strategies, tactics. We learned from one of the best, and I think that we organized it in a way that we can start getting some things done and measure success. But most importantly, the way I use the strategic plan is once town council decides on what the policy initiative is, we work together to put the policy or the project or the initiative in place. So it develops accountability. And that is something that I think today is about, how are we doing? And it's just full disclosure. Some things I think we're doing great at, some things are taking longer than. There's no excuses, there's always reasons. But as we take a look at our plan, so to speak, our comprehensive plan, that was put in place a little bit before I got here, and what a blessing, because we took that plan as the foundation of the community, and it's guided our strategic plan. And so the process here is that our plan dives into the strategic plan, and those strategic plan elements direct the operating budget and are influenced by the operating budget. So I remember saying, yeah, if it's in the strategic plan, that's awesome, but I think I should be measured on my results, on our results, if we can afford to do it, if we budget for it. So it just can't be in a plan, it needs to be budgeted. And so you see some elements like that. And then it empowers our implementation. So I won't spend a lot of time on this, but this is part of the presentation. It will be online. It's already online, a piece of it. The strategic plan doesn't include other elements. So we're not going to talk about budgeting today and day-to-day core functions and short-term projects. But we will talk about how to go from here to there, right, through some of these initiatives. So we know that a strategic plan has a vision and a mission. What kind of community do we want to be? What should we be doing to accomplish the vision and goals? What are the strategies to accomplish to get there? And tactics, what actions will we be doing? And so today is some of this. A lot of this. So a lot of strategies, some of the tactics. Our mission statement, which I suggest in the new year we scrub and take a good look at. If we like it, great. If it resets, if we want to change it, great too. But our current mission of our organization is to promote the health and vitality of the community we serve through ethical and inclusive programs, policies, and actions. Our vision statement as outlined in our plan, and that's current, it's a good one, we believe, our 2020 to 2040 vision, reinventing sustainability, again, to focus on revitalization and modernization and to build an inclusive and diverse community. So as we work on elements, we do have as a staff, as a team, this in mind, our vision. So I won't get into a lot of this, but goal, aspiration, desired outcome, a strategy, a plan of action, and a tactic as a tool. So how do we get there? Well, we took these core values out of our comprehensive plan. I won't read them all, but adopt and pursue our ideals of excellence, protect and preserve the natural environment, manage evolving growth while maintaining the island's unique aesthetic. Those are just three of the several. But what we've done is we've taken those and we converted those core values out of the comp plan into strategic action goals, into the strategic action plan goals. And so we know that, we know what the goals of the company are. As we walk down the hallway, if someone, we don't all have them memorized, but if somebody asked us, what are the goals of the company? What are the goals of the organization? We have them. We talk about it when we hire an interview. We talk about it in department meetings, and we talk about it throughout the day and throughout the months and year in the organization. So I will read these because they're important for today. So the goals, as they're listed out, pursuit of excellence, that we require and sustain excellence of place, people, planning, and process. That we create a resilient and sustainable environment through planning and policy. That we create an island-appropriate economy that has sufficient depth and breadth to attract and support a diverse resident, visitor, and business population. That we foster a multidimensional, equitable, and diverse community. That we facilitate true connectivity in island physical, social, and cultural environments. We evaluate how regional expansion will impact immediate and future social, economic, and political planning and policy. We align the community's physical, environmental, and social values with capital improvements program and infrastructure planning. And that we implement the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So everything we talk about today are really embedded in those areas. Our strategic plan is broken down into a few different sections. You see over here on the side, you'll see that through the strategic plan. Here are our focus areas, our headings for our, and the way it is organized is by focus areas out of the comp plan and by fiscal year. But we typically would adopt a policy where town council is involved. What is your policy position? An ordinance, a resolution, a memorandum of agreement, those types of things. A project is just a larger, longer term project, and then operational, those things that are on my shoulders and my responsibility to conduct that I'm pretty sure I'm aligned with council on. I know that we're aligned as a senior staff on, but that they don't need to go through committee of council or town council to know what to do and how to do it. So as we dive in, I think today, just big picture. So what I'd like to do is big picture, bounce through everything, because I think what we need to do is understand the full comprehension of all of those elements. And then this will take me about 5-10 minutes, and then I'm going to slow down and get into where we are in each element. Is that fair? Is that a good plan? Okay. So what have been the policies under our pursuit of excellence goal? So implement American Rescue Plan funding, assess alternative revenue sources, implement a parking master plan, adopt and implement short-term rental regs, and that should say program as well. Implement See-Click Fix, an app that helps folks with facility improvements. Adopt the 2020 census redistricting. Implement the Cultural Affairs Strategic Plan. Adopt a real estate transfer fee extension. A SWOT analysis of our financial policies. Adopt and implement a beach master plan. Enhance our beach shuttle service. I talked to Mike Ty today about how well the beach shuttle service is going, and he asked about expanding hours and months, so I think it's working well. Establish, Mike Ty's the GM here at the West End. Establish island brand development strategy. adopt and implement an HR, Human Resources Strategic Plan, as well as a Technology and Innovation Strategic Plan. So those operational elements, so all those were under Town Council. So at some point, Town Council has or will take action on those elements. So those operational elements, responding to COVID, improve our permitting and plan review process, conduct and respond to an employee satisfaction survey, improve the admin support process and onboarding for board commissions, and always research best-in-class service delivery. Acquire Fire Rescue Center Public Service Excellence Reaccreditation, and congrats to Chief Tadlock and his team for accomplishing that. Implement the Fire Rescue Strategic Plan. Enhance communications with strong social media emphasis, and always on my mind, creating a culture of high organizational performance. So environmental sustainability. Implement the beach renourishment program and update beach management plan. A SWOT analysis of our island solid waste and recycling. Work with PSDs on long-term capital projects. A SWOT analysis of our island resiliency. And those operational elements, establish national leadership credibility in environmental sustainability and resource protection, acquire Audubon International Sustainable Community Recertification. So those are just two of the bunch. So any questions so far? Is this working? All right, let's just keep going then. So revitalize economy, adopt a model business license ordinance put forward by Municipal Association of South Carolina. Develop a town property asset management and utilization plan. Implement the DMO marketing plan and measure performance. Establish a strategy for economic development beyond what we have. And establish a historic and cultural district development corporation. Implement Gullah Geechee Task Force work plan. Establish a public institutional partnership with USCB to support arts and culture, adopt the annual HUD entitlement program, CDBG program, develop a landmark protection program, and conduct a community engagement survey. Those operational elements assist Mitchellville and incorporate public art and culture projects into new parks and whatnot, CAP projects. So to connect our community, assist with St. James Baptist Church relocation. Adopt an e-bike and e-scooter usage regulation plan. Adopt a mid-island redevelopment strategy and park master plan. Develop a Hilton Head Island growth framework and illustrative master plan. And conduct a SWOT analysis of our LMO so that it doesn't get in the way of that. Update the website, a SWOT analysis of high-speed fiber, and a stronger, more robust emphasis on our environmental practices through a social media campaign. As we focus on the region, assess Beaufort County impact fees, assess a regional housing trust fund, update the LATS transportation plan. The LATS is the Low Country Area Transportation Study, put forward by the Municipal Planning Organization through LCOG, Low Country Council of Governments. Establish recurring regional joint meetings between Hilton Head Island and Beaufort County. Evaluate access between the island and the greater region through multimodal options. In terms of our infrastructure, right-sizing our infrastructure. So a workforce and affordable housing strategy. A William Hilton Gateway Corridor plan, a Main Street right-of-way acquisition, a community addressing ordinance, and a traffic calming policy. Assist with Cross Island Parkway. Thank you to everybody that posts on Facebook. That's not a town project. I appreciate you if you're listening. It is our home though, and so we have a lot of opinion, and we've been working closely with DOT. And implement our CIP program. So one element here is a $45 million program. So in terms of work plan, I would say that it's robust. Establish a park and rec marketing plan. Assist with Ford Shell Ring with Beaufort County. and establish a Beaufort County Hilton Head Island Land Trust. So there we have it. Those are all of the elements, all of the strategies that you have said that are important based upon our work to date, and those things that were on my desk as I arrived here about 16 months ago. What we've done, and it's, I don't want to say boring, tedious is a good word. What we've done is what I'll show you. We're going to go through everything that we're doing, and I'm going to bounce through some things that are low priority or autopilot, and then we can slow down. And please interrupt me, Mayor, Council. Please let me know where you want me to slow down. I think I have an idea where some of it is, but what we'll go through is the strategic initiative that it breaks out every single one of these elements, every single one. It breaks it out, whether it's a policy project or operational element, and it lists it out by what it's called the starting fiscal year, the strategic plan focus areas, but who? I think the who is very important to us. The department is very important, and the initiative description. And it gives an update. I don't want to spend a lot of time on what we got done, although I do, but I know I can't because we've got a lot of good things done, but that's not why we're here today. We have work to do. I'd love to spend a half a day letting you know all the great things that we had to do to get work done, but I know that you'd tell me to hurry up. So with that being said, we'll just dive right in. American Rescue Plan funding appropriations. So just kind of format, again, this is under pursuit of excellence. It's policy, so that means town council will decide upon it or has decided upon it, and some have to go back to town council for some more action as we get through, right? And that gets to my point earlier where I said this plan matures and evolves over time. It's not a static plan. So we know that we obtained an easy grant. It came from the federal government, $5.2 million, and we pledged it for public infrastructure, community foundation grants, town hall security and technology, so really a capital project for the town. $1 million towards a park and infrastructure, flooding issue, resiliency issue, infrastructure, $400 to a home safe and repair program, and $200 to a lateral sewer connection grant. Programs that we did not have before that we put in place. It wasn't just pledging the money, but qualifying the homes, finding the right contractors, making sure that the bids are scoped properly, making sure that folks are getting their permits to put $400,000 in a home safe repair. Well, we have more, twice as many or three times as many? Two or three? Two? Twice as many applications as we have funds. So do we come back in the future to you and take some of this $1.6 million or perhaps the $500,000 that are sitting in the Beaufort County Good Neighbor Fund, $500,000 in the Good Neighbor Fund? Do we take some of those dollars and plug it straight back into this? So I think at an upcoming finance committee, it's the way we first thought about it, and you asked for my direction and opinion on how to use those $5.2 million. I heard from you first. I know you heard from the community as well. We compared notes in the region, but there are $500,000 still remaining. And we had first talked that we're not just going to spend this $1.6 million on our account. I want to make sure council's clear and supportive of where those funds gets pledged. So know that I'll come back to you in the next little bit. Beaufort County, you may hear about it. It's a Beaufort County Good Neighbor Fund. It's their tranche, a significant one of the home repair, American Rescue Plan funds, not the home repair, the American Rescue Plan funds from the federal government. And so they pledged different buckets of money for all the municipalities and said, if you use it within this framework, we'll pledge it to you. So we have to just ask them. But before I ask them, I need to know what we're going to use it for because they want to know. So, any thoughts on that today?
Yes, sir.
You give me a couple bottles.
Mark, I heard our citizens loud and clear day before yesterday talking about the crying needs we have for improvement of workforce housing here on the island. I salute the town for undertaking the public-private partnership initiative, but I don't see that as being the sole solution to this plan, to this problem. I suggest that we dedicate the $500,000 coming from Beaufort County to a new local housing trust that would be used to provide initiatives, support for however the plan develops towards workforce housing. Further, I think that the town should allocate a certain amount each year to this local housing trust in order to provide improvements to this crying housing need we have here on the island.
Understood. Good morning.
Morning.
Just want to put a little bit more context to the $5.2 million, which was a result of the American Rescue Plan from the federal government, right? And you've already laid out to us, Mr. Orlando, that the demand is here, okay? And although we don't necessarily like to talk about it, but Hilton Head has its pockets of poverty, and we stood up tall here and said, hey, we're going to funnel these monies to where the folks most desperately need it, okay? And we should applaud ourselves for doing that. But there will come a time when that 5.2 is gone, and the 500K that we're talking about from the county, I mean, it's peanuts in terms of the demand. So I would encourage us to consider getting into the business of trying to get in line for additional funding, okay? We talk a lot about the corridor of shame, which is right around the corner from us, but we have parts of that right here on Hilton Head. And instead of us getting into an argument about priorities, with Hilton Head being as influential as it is, I think we should be considering, again, funding from the federal level, state level, to continue to address these issues that are in front of us from an underserved community standpoint.
Yes, sir.
Mark, we heard Sean on Tuesday talk about the Regional Housing Trust Fund as one of the elements to be considered in affordable housing. If we more fully develop the discussion at the council level and decide to participate in that, a portion of this $500,000 could be used to fund our first year participation in that fund.
Yes, sir. It could fund even more than that if we chose, if you chose.
Yep.
In response to Glenn's comments, I don't take exception to what he's saying, but I think there's it's out of sequence. I think we have to get a little more organized, I think, in terms of addressing workforce housing than we have been. I think first we have to really ask the question very seriously, do we all recognize we have a problem? And second is, have we truly measured the extent of the problem? And I think we've taken efforts to do that. Have we determined what % of the problem should and can be addressed by the town within the town limits? Have we determined in response to that action, what type of time frame are we going to put out there to measure ourselves? Have we clearly identified what roles we can and should play to take action county-wise, and what specific action could we take town-wise? Have we have we sensed that there's an undercurrent of negativity in the community about this? And I think there is. And given that, have we, has the light gone on in our minds to say, if there is, or there probably is, are we willing to develop a robust educational program to get the town behind us? Another question in terms of alternatives or what we can or can't do, have we come to grips in terms of a majority position on this council as to the use or not to use town land and how to use it? I think those kinds of questions have to be asked, have to be answered, and then that kind of creates the boundaries for an action plan. And then to go back to Frank Babel's comment, you know, when Deming set forth the father of quality performance in American industry, his focus was limited and very intentional. All of the programs we have up here, not all, but most, have one systemic issue, and that's people, workforce people. And I think on a horizontal level, we have to cut through that with a very strong focus, while at the same time, we start checking off all of these initiatives that we've all agreed upon.
Okay. Understood. I know we're going to talk about housing today. And we have a few slides to get there. I do want to move through so that we can get through American Rescue Plan use of funds. Ms. Becker, sorry, go ahead.
No, if we're going to focus on housing in a little bit, it's easier enough to do that. But you asked a question.
Yes.
And the question was in terms of the $500,000.
Yes,
and so there are some other issues other than housing that the island is presented with that needs some focus. And as we enter this, and I continue to call it a capacity study, but as we enter that process, those will be clearly delineated. We'll see what the scope of the problem is, and we'll have to create some solutions for them. One of the solutions might be something that we've talked about for years. I know as I came on council, it had been discussed, and it somehow has been pushed to the back burner. But as those issues are brought forward, transportation. We continue to talk about transportation as a possible solution for workforce. We talk about transportation opportunities that could help with our 278 corridor issues. And so I would say that perhaps we ought to investigate and look at some of those issues in terms of the $500,000, to answer your question directly,
Yes.
not to get off
Great.
topic.
That's what I need to hear. We'll explore. All right. Mayor?
Yeah, all Bill's questions, all Bill's comments, well taken and everything. But if we go through them all, we'll be sitting here next year discussing the same subject again, and we will have gotten nothing done. We've checked a few more off the box. We have moved very little direction. This is a community decision. It's not just the people in this room. This is a money decision as much as it is a principle decision. We should take the courage and talk about a referendum to increase the millage on our property tax. So to answer one of Glenn's questions, so we have a steady flow of income, not only for the housing, but for the items that go along with the housing, with the homeless and whatever else we have to cover in that. If we do the referendum and we do the education, we will have accomplished a lot this year. Because education brings out all of Bill's questions and all of Bill's answers. But the referendum and people get behind it, make life a heck of a lot easier than us discussing it over and over and over.
It's like I put these slides in the right order. Assess alternative revenue sources, and we can get into that, right? We adopted the real estate transfer fee, the local option sales tax was on the ballot, but failed to gain public support at the county level, or not on the ballot. It was supposed to be on the ballot or anticipated to be on the ballot. And then we also adopted a short-term rental fee, right? So we're in the new business. We didn't take general fund to pay for it. and fund it. We added a $250 fee to every single short-term rental annually, and we put some funds in place to hire staff, program management, software, you name it. So we're still looking at it. This is a forever initiative. A Mid-Island TIF, stormwater fees, we'll add, and we will add, and Josh is over there taking notes, we will add an assessment of millage for housing. We will just put that on there, and I'll put an assessment, and that's something for you to decide and work on in the coming months. Increased millage, whether through referendum or simple 1 mil increase as we're allowed to do, or both. Those are things that we can assess as we get through that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you are bringing some clarity to that, but I think it's important to the mayor's point, Mark, that we are very clear to the public of our options, okay?
Yes.
Because we do have the ability as town council to increase 1 mil without asking, okay? And to the mayor's point, additional funding has to be asked through referendum. So I think we need to be very transparent as to what either or and will net us at the end of the day. I think that's critical to the whole educational piece. And, you know, I think when Councilman Hawkins says we, he's not talking about we that are sitting on the dais.
Mhm.
He's talking about we as a community, right? This has to be definitely a ongoing campaign for us collectively.
Right. And
Mark, if I could, just for the public standpoint, when we ask the question, or if they're asking the question, what's the value of 1 mil? I think it's like $1 million.
it's very close. It's
Yeah.
very close.
So what can
By
you do
Monday,
with-
it'll be $1 million.
What can you do with $1 million in the face of the issues we face?
Yeah.
I think it's going to have to be more.
Well, you can bond it for 25 years. Won't put Mr. Troyer on the spot, but it looks like he's on his calculator. But you bond it for 25 years, that's $25 million without fees and interest, and we'll just back into what that would raise. You could increase your millage as time, you do that during your budget cycle. You could ask a referendum, the August 15th date, Josh, August 15th? Yeah. But we could also do a special one if we so choose. So there's really 3 options to get there. But what we're going to add to this, and that's why I really am here today, to ongoing initiatives, I will add for your consideration a point on the below that simply says, assess millage for workforce. It doesn't have to be just housing. It could be transportation. It could be park and rides. It could be a lot of these things that we're going to talk about with the housing bucket soon. Any questions before I move on?
Yeah, I know the town can assess extra millage, but you need resident buy-in on this. The fact that we can do it ourselves is nice, but unless you get the community buy-in, we will never have done the right thing.
Right.
But added to that, we need buy-in at this table to get community buy-in. We're dealing with a very well-educated population, and there's a thirst for education on this subject.
Yes, and we will provide that. So we'll provide the when and the how, but we'll also provide what type of funds we could raise, right? It's a good question. $1 million, we need more than that. But what does that mean for 20 years, 15 years, 25 years? What are the rates? We'll back into that. Well, okay to move on? We'll pick up speed. These are good conversations from my vantage point. I know they're on your mind, they're on my mind, and everybody else's. So, parking master plan, not much in my assessment to take a look at today, but August 4th, we talked to public planning. We're bringing that forward to town council on September 20, simply to talk to you about scope of work, not to talk to you about contract, not to get your approval on any of those things. The scope of work's important because scope of work really is policy in that regard. What new business are we getting into and how are we going to fund it? And so those are decisions you'll make. And so September 20, stay tuned. And if we move forward, the consultant will work on the capital, the technology, the design of the program, any investments that are needed to launch April 1 and be in a full launch by June 1 into the new year. Short-term rental regs, we adopted what I've been hearing as phase one, or at least tier one short-term rentals. I don't know what tier two looks like, but we did a lot of work to put in place some pretty specific expectations and applications so that we know who has a short-term rental unit and who doesn't. We put a program in place. We put $250 in place per unit to pay or to fund it, and we are getting up and running. This is a huge piece of business. Yes, sir.
Mark, I heard yesterday at the MASC workshop that when the General Assembly reconvenes in January, short-term rentals is on the radar again.
Yes. It's on there. It's on there all over the country too. You know, that little app on our phone changed the world. You can share a car or share a house. And it is. And we will monitor that and we track that. But we're working with Public Planning Committee. Thank you, sir, for your guidance and leadership through this. It's not easy. You know, we're one of a few communities in the nation that don't have short-term rental ordinances in place. I'm not saying we need them, but we're one of a few that don't have them. We have one now. It's good. The data that we need to collect based upon the software that we're about to hire, a new company, or not a new company to us, GovOS, they're one of the better in our assessment in the business, as well as some other communities like Breckenridge and some other places with some commonalities like we have. But sooner than later, we will be able to tell you, and we will know too, where those units are. Are they multifamily at the Oaks? Are they single-family, 12,000 square foot homes somewhere else? How many bedrooms? What's the occupancy? Does somebody have a short-term rental ordinance but not an application or permit in place? And we have a public safety director that will align with the GovOS software as well as call center, 24/7 call center. So we're getting ourselves in place to run that program. That is not just turn the light on and it's there. That is embedded through several departments, including a new department on my team. So
You made a point 2 days ago that the short-term rental growth has exacerbated the long-term, the availability for housing, workforce housing on the long term. Could you elaborate on that for the public?
well, I'd like to hear from you on that thought.
Put your thing in.
Yes, sir. The Oaks on 278, that used to be people that worked in anywhere in the island had an apartment in the Oaks there.
Right.
And now the Oaks is turned into short-term rentals. Not only by apartment, it's in short-term rentals by bedrooms. So they can short-term rental a bedroom out, where before someone that was cutting your lawn or working in a hospital could have short-term rentals in the Oaks. It's gone.
Right.
I'm all in favor of the free marketplace, but
Yeah, and that's why I hear from you.
Yeah, one of the first things we did when we started to run this through committee was develop this problem statement. And the piece of the problem statement that always pushes to the root is the imbalance between residential and resort districts, right? And the fact that we start to see this conversion in areas that typically you wouldn't see the conversion because of the market, right? And you know, I listening to your opening comments, Mr. Manager, you know, our long-term commitment to building, right? And we know that we are at the mercy of the market, so to speak, you know, particularly in this area because of the attraction to the beaches and the lifestyle. So that means that we have to be more intentional about putting things back in balance. So I think there's one point of trying to regulate short-term rentals around some of the impacts, okay? But I think the whole idea of having incentives in place so that folks, you know, you may not see anybody convert back from short-term rentals, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But the whole idea of redevelopment or development within the residential world, I think is important for us to be able to help initiate, okay? And if that's through code, if that's through some monetary incentives, if we're meeting a certain AMI rental, those are the type of creative solutions I think have to come along with this discussion around short-term rentals. To me, it's more than just making sure that we don't have 12 people parking in 6 parking spaces, right? It's the whole imbalance piece
Right.
that we have to concentrate on.
Right. Understand those points precisely. Anybody else? Yeah, I'll admit it's a touchy subject. I'm just, the data will tell us what we really have going on. How many units do we have on the island right now? We don't know yet. We had 3,000. We might have 15,000. And I'm glad you make the point. It's not about going backwards. It's about what's going to happen in forward. You asked my perspective on this. I have zero. So whoever's watching, I have zero agenda here that I have issue with any short-term rental. It's where I stay when my family travels. We stay. I think when you stay in Italy, you'd rather live in the village in the town and experience the people and the culture. What better way to do that than short term? But we're also at the Westin right now, and we'll stay in a beautiful hotel as we travel. People do that here. I think everything's important. It's just, what about moving forward? So what if there are 15,000 today and we're investing in housing 200 units at a time, but what's converting is 500 units? It's that balance, and I think the numbers, right? So quickly, my story was this. I moved here. I tried to find a place to live. The place I thought it was going to be wasn't. I lived in a hotel room for 3 weeks. I almost moved home. I lived where the Il Carpaccio is. I call it the Shoney's Hotel. Don't know the name of it back then. I found a condo. I found a roommate. I stayed in Shipyard. I moved to Sea Pines on Club Course. I had another roommate. I moved to a bigger house on Club. We upgraded. We had a couple more roommates. And then I lived at the general store, and I bought a condo on the North End. That's my story. And then I crossed paths with one of our brand new, bright-eyed firefighters. Great guy. Met him at fireworks, walking the beat in Sea Pines on the night of fireworks. Introduced myself. He introduced himself. And he lives in Pooler. And I said, why do you live in Pooler? You have family in Pooler. No, I moved here from, but it's the only place I can afford. That's the topic with short-term rentals. It's not a matter of, in my assessment, it's not a matter of short-term rental or not short-term rental. It's where are we going in our future? Because if his story is Pooler, there are a lot of fire stations he's driving by before he gets to Station 3. And we've got to think through that.
There's a bigger issue. The bigger issue, Mark, is here. We are redefining Hilton Head as something other than it is today. When you look at Palmetto Dunes, Shipyard, Sea Pines, they are short-term rental communities. We used to talk about the tourists. It isn't the tourists. It's the short-term rental communities that taken over this island.
Right.
And the other part of the island goes Port Royal, Indigo Run, Palmetto Hall, and Hilton Head Plantation. But we have 2 classes now. We have the short-term rentals and the residents. It's not tourism anymore. It's that short-term rental that is dictated who we are and is driving the boat.
If I may, I'd like to piggyback on that. The balance that Alex mentioned, I think, is critical, but it can be balanced at a number of different levels. The balance I'm talking about is what is the value system of this island, and the environment used to be a part of the critical balance. Arts and culture, the critical balance. The problem I see with short-term rentals and the acceleration of their use as an investment asset is that it is disproportionately creating an economic value of the island that is destroying the residential or the value that comes from residents of this island. the people who value the environment, the people who value arts and culture, if we continue to lose them, then what is this community in 20 years? So I think there is a decision for this community to recognize and make that it is the citizens that create the value and the character of this place that attracts people to come here. And if we only have three-dimensional places to stay with a few beds in them, we lose the true value of this community. And so I think the balance we're talking about is at many different levels. And the one I'm most interested in is preserving the character that makes this community, this island, a special place and distinguishes itself from any number of resorts, i.e. short-term rental communities that are scattered throughout the world.
Okay. So,
Mark, before you continue, I'm going to chime in because short-term rentals has been something that I've been working on for a while. And it impacts most of us who live outside the gates. Those who live behind the gates, in most instances anyway, are protected from the consequences of the short-term rental market on Hilton Head. And while some may worry now about the quality of life and the character of neighborhoods and of those areas outside the gates that are being affected by the mini hotel short-term rentals, it is, there are consequences from the past. And I can talk about North Forest Beach, South Forest Beach, the Folly Field area in particular, Palmetto Dunes. I hear from Sea Pines, but I always revert back because I know it so well to the Seaside and Bradley Circle area. I'm going to give you some rough statistics here. That between the homes coming down Berks Beach Road now and going back into this Bradley Circle area, you'll find roughly 100 homes and roughly over 700 bedrooms, not including the timeshares, that are now, because of a lockout decision ordinance made ill-advised previously, double in number in and of themselves. And so when we're talking about all of the impacts with regard to workforce housing and the rest, we really need to focus in on the quality of life of the residents on the island. Those were neighborhoods. Those were neighborhoods where people came and they bought property and they built homes with an expectation of the same type of quality of life of those who live behind the gates enjoy. And so when we look at this, we really need to take into account the lives that have been disturbed and find ways to regain some semblance of safety, peace, value, and quality of life that every Hilton Head resident, no matter where they live on this island or who they are, should enjoy.
yes, sir. Your break? We don't have time for a break. We have a break. Time for a break. I will say right before, though, what we will do, and just so that there's clarity, this isn't something I'm trying to decide. It's not something that we decide today. I think today is that 8-month update. We adopted some regs. I think they're good ones that will help the quality of life for the neighborhood because there's some accountability there to the property owner. It's not a property owner from I won't say a state, a property owner that doesn't live here, that doesn't have any accountability to the tenants, and those tenants are on the roof partying at 2 a.m. and the sheriff's office is there over and over and over and over. So we have some rules in place and some regs that set those expectations. The rules and regs in place will allow us to hold accountable those expectations that were made at time of permit. There's some good funding. There's a good fund in place that helps us pay for it instead of coming out of general fund. What I believe we've entered into a contract with the right software company that's in this business. That's probably one of the more important things we can do, and that we're setting the program up internally so that on day one, we don't stumble. And we will, right? Getting a program like this in place with that many permits, we will. But we have a plan in place. I think we've got some good people surrounding it. Bob Bromage being one and a leader with some grid logic and an alliance and a network with that Beaufort County Sheriff's Office and knows the island so well. So I think we're in good place. And then based upon Public Planning Committee Chair and Town Council priority, Public Planning will talk about short-term rental ordinance, and we'll be able to better explain what we really have on this island in the coming months leading into the new year. So with that, let's
Mr. Mayor,
take a break.
the next two items, Mr. Orlando will be proud to tell us he's completed. It won't take but a few seconds, so maybe we get through those and start fresh.
I like
once we get
it.
to the next two. Okay, yeah, sure.
Affiliated agency town funding process, we completed that. We know what it is. There's a process. You go to Finance Committee, you go through the application, and you bring that application to Town Council as part of the budget cycle. Thank you for helping me with that. We're catching up. Census redistricting, 2020 census redistricting. I would like to have a little sidebar, Josh, with Ms. Bryson about, I think that was Ms. Bryson, about if something was missed. But we put some redistricting in place. Great guy, Matt Carey led that, but I know Josh helped a lot too. And Town Council unanimously approved a consolidated map in April. Take a break. Am I an hour behind?
Ready? People, the chief, could you sit down? Thank you.
Mayor.
Mr. Lando, sir.
All right. Welcome back. All right. Thank you, Josh. All right, we left off with census redistricting, adopt and implement a beach master plan. Just so what I'm going to say right now is meant to keep us on track today. I want to, as we talk about, as an example, American Rescue Plan, we have to stay on track so that I stay on track. So I told you I'd get you out of here by 2:59. It might be 3:01 at this point. So let me catch up a little bit on some low-hanging items that are not the highest priority of our community at this time, as we know, right? So beach master plan, while it's important, that's a presentation third, fourth quarter of 2023, not to be confused with all of the upgrades that we're putting forward at the beach right now, whether that be parking and boardwalk and investment in some of those facilities, in the programs and the ambassadors. But this, to pull everything together so that we know if the beach ordinances are appropriate, if we know that the capital project planning is appropriate, let alone the deferred maintenance program at our beach parks. And we see some beach parks like Coligny that are on point, and then I think we see some older beach parks that, with a little bit of love, can get there. So this brings all of that together. There are some great programs, though. Good team, Mark Robson, Beach Ambassador, Parking Monitor, Finnegan's Share Shack, and a wheelchair program that we put together over the last several months with a new team. We did a SWOT analysis of our financial policies. We increased our fund balance, a lower limit of 35 and an upper limit of 40, to a lower limit of 45 and an upper limit of 55%. So of all the things we're doing in our $119 million budget, 45 or so of those $1 million are capital projects, we still increased significantly our fund balance policy. We couldn't do it without John Troyer, so we're always proud and grateful for him. And then council adopted a budget ordinance that incorporated these policy increases, so it's just not a Mark and John, it's a town council directive. It's in the budget, it's part of the ordinance, and I think we're stronger moving forward that way. We also extended the real estate transfer fee that was due to expire. The new expiry is 2044. But we can just look at this number, right? It's complete, but through July of this year, we've collected $3.9 million in real estate transfer fees. We're down 4%, we do track that, but in 2021, for the calendar year, we collected a little more than $7 million in real estate transfer fees. And over time, right, the value add to the community, not just the cost, but the real value is the town has acquired more than 1,300 acres of land, a lot of which are our park systems, right? They're not just land with a sign up preventing, they're adding value. So lots of work to still do on that, though. Enhancing beach shuttle services. We work with Palmetto Breeze, and we have been working with Palmetto Breeze. Mike Ty told me today that ridership here is at an all-time high, the GM, and asked if we can extend the month to the month of October. That's how busy they are. And in the past, that slowed down a little bit where ridership levels were going down. So we're tracking that. We have a lot of community partners, no one better than Palmetto Breeze, trying to promote our island. I've heard from you a lot in terms of expanding. Can the program expand to move people to perhaps work or to lunch and not just move the tourism around the island? So I think that's something to be considered. I know that at Public Planning Committee, we will talk, well, we have talked at Public Planning Committee about this, but we're evaluating services to identify if there's any improvements can be made. Maybe there's some alternative ways to get around, right? The complaint I heard this past year, and it's a good one, a diesel engine going down someone's street 30 times a day. It's what happened. We bought diesel engines. So I know that there's perhaps different ways or additional ways to enhance this program.
Mark, I know you're trying to run through this quickly, but I'm just the strategic initiative name. I guess I'm starting to struggle with that.
Okay.
With the
Good.
whole idea about enhancing our beach shuttle service. I know we
Yeah.
put a lot of focus on getting folks to the various beaches through this shuttle program, but since we're now talking about expanding, I think the initiative in my mind has shifted a great
point.
deal, particularly since the ridership is up. That expansion is simply months or maybe even more vehicles, right? But we're talking about a whole different ballgame now as far as expansion is concerned. So I just consider let's change that initiative.
Mr.
along the way.
Gruber? Good. Thank you. Good point.
Mark, could
I
you,
guess. I don't know what it looks like.
could you just give a 30-second announcement, or maybe Jocelyn can do that, she's here, on the importance of the real estate transfer fee and what they expect from us in terms of using those funds?
Yes, I'll do it. Making me go backwards. But it's okay. We authorized the extension of the real estate transfer fee. Over time, the 1,300 acres bought tracts of land. It's also why our corridor is green. Our Realtors Association supported the extension. They gave us some advice. They said, just don't take that real estate transfer fee and just buy tracts of land and take it out of preservation and take it out of, the supply of housing, or I should say the supply of land, and make it just singular just for housing, right? John Troyer, am I missing anything? Any other? Yeah. And the state law is what the state law is, right? The state law's changed. Other communities don't have this the way we do. So we're grandfathered, right? So we're leaving it alone. There was some discussion about expanding and enhancing and changing the way we can use it. And can we use it for things more than? We can't. Based upon a lot of conversation, a lot of Q&A at the state level, we left it alone. The ordinance you adopted was as is. It just extended the date, and we continue to use those funds. Now, it's allowed to be used for acquisition of development rights. It's allowed to be used for the acquisition of development. It's allowed to be used for a lot of purposes. It can't be used to maintain, and it can't just be, we're gonna use this and we're gonna be in a public-private partnership with a hospital. Easy peasy is the best way I can explain it. It's not going to work easy that way. So some exploring to do. And we work closely with them. That's 45 seconds. So point well taken, Mr. Brown, enhanced beach shuttle service. And I think that's something as we get back together, we explore what that means. That program is in place for beaches, but we know that folks going to places other than the beach want to use it and are using it. Bus stops, routes, time, vehicle type, those things can be explored. Island brand development strategy, fiscal year start 2023. We will work with the DMO, with our DMO and our Office of Cultural Affairs to put this in place in the future. We haven't started yet. You see that the start is second quarter 2023. So these are calendar dates below. So while that fiscal year is the one we live in as public government, the calendar year is how I look at things to know what we're getting done for that year, right? So that's in the future. Yes, sir.
I think it's very important for the council to own, protect, and perpetuate the valued brand of Hilton Head. I think the DMO is a proponent of that protected brand, but doesn't own the brand.
Correct.
And I
Right.
think the council has to own the brand.
I agree.
We're elected to put in place policies and laws that strengthen and protect that brand.
Understand?
Thank you.
And what I'll work with town council on in the new year is really refining that scope of this project. I think if we ask 5 staff members, we have 7 opinions. And so knowing that we'll focus on some principles first, which you help us do, thank you, we'll scope this project in the new year. HR strategic plan, we're putting that plan together. We know it'll come to town council. Third quarter 2022, evaluating our current strategic position. We will also start building the strategic plan later this year and into new year as we move forward. Ditto with the technology strategic plan.
Sorry, Mark. I know you're running. Give me one.
That's all right.
One thing
That's
on
what
this.
it's for.
In the beginning, as we looked at our mission statement, I think that our mission statement is incorporated into this strategic plan of human resources. The only way that we're going to accomplish that mission through goals and tactics is if we have a team that understands the mission statement. And I know I made a statement the other day about words on paper.
Yes.
That's one thing, but action is totally different. So when we talk about integrating a diversity and inclusive strategies in recruitment and retention initiatives, well, the only way that we're going to be able to deal with our biases, and we all have them, is if we grab that bull by the horns, which is in our mission statement. So when we talk about taking a closer look at our mission statement, I'm hoping that we're not talking about scrubbing or eliminating that piece, because that's what Hilton Head has been built on.
Right.
And I think the more and more that we put that out in front, the better off we'll be as far as accomplishing all of our goals. All right.
Understand. Understand. Some of the point of mission statement is I don't believe town council was involved, and I don't think that town council approved that mission statement the way you did with your comp plan and your vision statement and your principles and core values in your comprehensive plan. So first and foremost, yes, I hear you. This is an important piece, right? I didn't want to get into it too much today because it's not the highest priority, but it is in motion. It's something that's important to me. We have to believe in a core set of values as we begin working here and as we continue to work here. They need to be based upon the core community values that we have on paper, but that we need to live by, right? So that's ditto with IT strat plan. Tom just got here. Proud of him. I've worked with him in the past. First thing he did when he worked with me in the past was put a strategic plan in place. It isn't just how many laptops do we need next year. It was what's the big vision and where are we going? Not just internal as an organization, but for the community, right? So, COVID pandemic, we've worked. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but we got in the business as I arrived with a lot of help from some community members challenging the status quo. They know who they are, but working with myself and Angie and Chief Tadlock to just explain to us what they're seeing, what they're hearing, and where they think municipal government's role could be. So it was a lot to digest. We got in the business. I think I think we did the right thing. We tested through DHEC. We pulled DHEC here. We had Bright Star Care here with testing. There were so many cars after New Year's at one of our fire stations. I was starting to get complaints that we had too many cars on the road. So can't win. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I apologize. And this can be a one-word answer, and it goes back to the previous point vis-a-vis technology. Has the town protected itself in a meaningful way against, now I've lost the term. Cyber attacks?
Yes.
Thank you.
And more so now than ever with what I would call an expert on our team, right? Are we, Tom, where are we with cybersecurity network and program in less than 15 seconds? No. it's on it, it's a full-time job, there's people on it, and it's intentional.
Yeah, there's a lot in the media about that
Yeah.
situation. I just want council and community to understand where we are. Thank you.
No offense, Tom, I always get scared to ask an IT guy something in a crowd of other people, so thank you for a good answer. Tom interprets things for me, which is great. COVID pandemic, vaccinations, working environments, everybody's gone through it. We have gone through this and are going through this together. We continue to monitor, we provide updates to town council, and it's always in the back of my mind, in our mind. We are working on it. So these are operational elements. Not much to talk about today, so I'm going to try to catch up. I'm going to try to catch up with the clock right now. So improving permitting and plan review, no surprise, I was not satisfied. It's no secret, I should say. I was not satisfied with our permitting and plan review program as I arrived. Why? I think COVID impacted us. I think just doing the same thing the same way every day affected us. It was taking, I own it, 5 months to get a single-family building permit. I received a phone call one day from someone who said, my house burnt down. I fought with my insurance company. Can you please help me with my permit? They found me online. That's not the level of service that I will ever be satisfied with. We have made some adjustments. We have put some folks that understand development in charge of the program. Chris Yates, who was our chief building official, runs the development review program. They work for Sean. Sean has a wealth of knowledge and a career of experience, especially here, knowing what's important to the community. We are tracking, as I share with you, we are tracking what comes in, how we're reviewing it. We track it weekly, we track it monthly. It lets me look at things high level. But we have a long way to go. I think some of the new things that you'll see sooner than later, right? So we can tell you all those good things, but mandatory pre-apps, those are important. We require them. So you don't just get to submit an application and we're like 180 degrees apart and everyone's upset at us because they spent their engineering budget on us. And now we have a different opinion on where your lagoon should be, or that you need a sidewalk in a 200-unit subdivision, or that there should be a crosswalk, and that the traffic impact assessment perhaps needs to be challenged a little bit, right? So we are getting better at that. I started my career in this, so while I'm not the planning director, I can give some help where I think we need it. We've hired a customer service manager position, and what's not on here is, I call it an ombuds person that shepherds applications. So you have the same person to call no matter what your application is, aside from your case manager. They get to tell on the case manager or ask a question and hopefully get a different answer if they're not satisfied. And if they get the same answer, then we know we're on track, right? So there's some quality control there. We put a design review team in place. We put a design studio in place. So instead of regulating an application, whether it's a 2-lot subdivision off Beach City Road or a new hotel on William Hilton Parkway, we will help you design your project within our parameters of our code. But we're working on a same-day review and issuance opportunity, if your permit's straight, in September for single-family and condo renovation plans. Yes, game changer. And to do that, we need to require all permit applications include digital plans, and so that we have a full digital plan review platform in the last quarter of this year. That'll help the customer, that'll help the engineer that needs to drive in and charge their client from Savannah or Bluffton or wherever they're driving from. And it also allows us to start reviewing plans collectively digitally. So stay tuned.
Mark, before you
Yes, ma'am.
move past that, I want to just say something with regard to why that's important to the general residential population on the island. Because of the steps that we've been working on and that are coming, you can see them here now. No one should be surprised when there's a development that comes up behind their homes. So the public notice to residents has been an important element. More importantly, maybe, is that when each of us drive down the road on Hilton Head and we see developments that we kind of raise an eyebrow to and are not satisfied with the way it looks, it certainly doesn't represent the brand, the layout doesn't seem proper The Planning Commission now will look over those site plans. That's an extra set of eyes. My expectation is that we will no longer see some of the eyesore developments that we currently witness as we move around the island and that I get calls on all the time. So residents should see an improvement in what they see as community development on the ground throughout the island. I think that's a really important part of what we've done here because it impacts every resident.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And thank you for slowing me down there. That's my, if I could explain where my phone was ringing last year, it was what happened to my car at the beach, and this year is why do I need to go to Planning Commission? Most days. And I'll address that right now. Sean has, as the Director of Community Development, assumed and took back the responsibility as the Land Management Ordinance Administrator, right? I think that role was delegated in the past. I do not believe that role should be delegated to anyone other than someone that reports directly to as the department head, right? So I think that's an important fix. I think that the process was a little broken. I think that too many eyes, too many hands touch something, and when you have too many cooks in the kitchen, we know how things taste, right? So what we've done, though, instead of a staff member, and this is important, at least from an operational standpoint, but strategically, what we've done is no longer will a staff member review a Starbucks coming on Pope Avenue, a 200-unit subdivision on Jonesville Road, condo development maxed out, which is fine, setbacks, buffers, width, floor area ratio, next to a cemetery, right? No longer were those staff members by themselves, which is a hard thing to do, especially if we have newer staff members that haven't been here 15 plus years. No longer will they approve that plan by themselves. What they'll do is they will review the plan as part of a design review team internally, and I expect and know that Sean's eyes and ears are on those higher profile projects that he captures in his permit report that comes to him weekly, right? So it's not like, oh my God, I didn't know you were going to approve Starbucks, and they don't have enough parking spaces and they forgot to put their dumpster in. One example, sorry Starbucks, but that was a fake example. But things happen. We make mistakes when we're by ourselves. So a review team will put it together. The Planning Commission's role, and this is really important, isn't to find compliance with, section 4.2.3.7, right? It's not. It's to look at the character, the location, the extent, and the customer to us isn't just the applicant. The customer to us is the neighborhood, it's the corridor, it's the community, right? So Planning Commission's role is not the naysayer. We're not asking that applications be fully complete before they go to Planning Commission. By no means would we want someone to spend 100% of their engineering and civil and urban design budget only for us to tell you we want your driveway moved over 12 feet to save a tree. That's not. So by the time it goes to Planning Commission, we should feel really good about the project. It should say, wow, this is a 200-unit or 180-unit subdivision. We know that it's a tract builder. There's good sidewalks. There's good open space. The lagoons are functional and intentional, not back left corner, next to the neighbor's property that lived there for 20 years. So I think that Planning Commission's role in this will help us get better in that it's your appointment, right? It's your appointment to Planning Commission. I don't think there's a lot of programs in a community like ours where it's just staff level review and approval on big projects, right? So we're not trying to do a 2-lot subdivision. We expedite those. We're trying to do same day service. We know that Planning Commission was meeting twice a month. We went to once a month. I do think that we'll go back to twice a month. This should speed the process up. If we look at it, this process speeds up, not slows down. So I want to make that really clear with you because you probably read a newspaper or have some phone calls and have some questions.
Mark, I can see the Planning Commission's role in job is going to be a lot easier in the north end with the north end district because we're going to start creating a sense of context. In the absence of defining other districts, they're sort of floating on their own. How are we going to how are we going to help them?
Well, we have to respect the policy and ordinances that are currently in place, but, you know, it's, to me, design matters, right? So it's why I say it's not a compliance check. It's not, you know, it's obvious, 5-foot setback, 10-foot buffer, 12 parking spaces, and you're 3 shy of a redevelopment of a bank building to be an awesome restaurant, right? That's what we face a lot. That's what the team faces a lot. With that, it's having folks that are reviewing projects that are proactive through that design studio and through the design team. It's not just one set of eyes checking for minimum compliance, but it's trying to add value to whether it's commercial or residential, right? And they're residential or non-residential projects. Town council always finds out about the 180 unit subdivision that just got approved that's going to cut down 72 trees, because the code allows it, about a week and a half after it's approved. And then we sit together and then the questions are, what about the stormwater lagoon? Why is that next to my house? It's going to be mosquitoes. Is it aerated? What about these live oaks? How come there's no sidewalks? What about the traffic at the intersection, right? We talk about those things, and I won't hide behind it. I've chatted with you about that. And as we should, those are your constituents asking you questions. And so we play defense. We play defense all the time in the review program, but never are we starting to figure out how to play offense so that we can put a good plan in place. It's going to go to Planning Commission as a partner, as an extra set of eyes, not as a compliance check, because that's the staff's job. Like, if Planning Commission has to take a look at floor area ratio, parking count, all those other all those basic design standards, then we're failing, right? So what we want to do is go to Planning Commission, not to see if the project can get killed. Planning Commission's role on projects like this are not authoritative, they're review, right? The authority lies by state law, in my opinion, with staff. And so I think that this is important to know. It's a position we have. We are bringing it forward to town council to ask you if you want to adopt this process in an ordinance, which I think makes us stronger. But for now, Sean's leadership and ability, he's allowed to send things to Planning Commission for some help, and he's doing that. So,
Can I just follow up? First of all, I've said this to you privately, and I've spoken to Mayor and others. I just want staff to know that the difference, I sit in all of the meetings that I'm able to sit in, and there's such a remarkable difference in terms of the approach to the pre-application and so grateful for that. This is one of the most important things, why I'm on council, and I've worked really hard at community development and making sure that our brand is carried through and that we reverse some of the damage that was done previously. And I am thrilled by the fact that residents have been put first in this. That's what I see from this. I see residents being put first. Thank you.
thank you. We finished, yes, sir. Yeah, we finished the employee satisfaction survey as soon as I got on board. We've been focused on implementing some changes in the organization. First and foremost, our great employees want us to communicate as a team, and we're starting to hold monthly meetings and all kind of great things that you can read up here. We adopted a corporate social responsibility policy where we encourage employees 10 hours a year to donate their time, right? It's a time raise, not a fundraise, to local nonprofits. So do the math, 260 employees-ish times 10 hours. That's a lot of hours we can donate our time to. And we've already selected and worked with some nonprofits as a team. It builds our team and it helps the nonprofit with our skilled labor as well as our intellect as well as our partnership. So I think that's going well. And I could go on and on here.
Mark?
Yes, sir.
This, in my opinion, is incredibly important because it measures sort of the morale and mindset of the staff. You and I have talked that shouldn't we be doing the same thing vis-a-vis the island?
Yes. Yes.
So that island residents begin to understand how they fit together in creating community and also what is needed in order to make this even a better place to live.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Improving administrative support processes. We'll complete that this year. There's an onboarding checklist. Krista's done a fabulous job. We will present the final draft to this at Community Service Public Safety in September, and then to Town Council in October. Stay tuned. And these are all operational elements, so I'm going to speed up. Research, reaccreditation, fire rescue strat plan, implement cultural affairs strategic plan. Not that it's not important, but it's operational, and it's not a town council policy decision, so I'll move forward. Enhanced communication plan with social media. Kelly, did you just get selected to the Municipal Association conference or somewhere to sit on a panel? Awesome. And it's because of that, right? They took a look at our improved social media under your leadership, and I know Carolyn and Angie help you, but thank you to you.
That's a big deal. I just want to say
Huge deal.
thank you and congratulations.
I would say I don't think we were on their radar before Kelly got involved. So, we focus on staff, we focus on policy adoption, we focus on community partners, we focus. So if you're not on Facebook and it's not trending to find you every day, throw us a few likes and a share, and you'll find the algorithm to find you as soon as you log on. So,
Mr. Orlando, before you move on from those operational, just a few items quickly. I'm happy that we have started through committee the training process for boards and commissions, okay? And that's very well done, very comprehensive. I would just challenge us as policymakers, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that are making the appointments, okay? That one, we are making sure that we are selecting folks that are in tune with our strategic plan and our goals, okay? And I'll be very specific with this. As we have realized that after a rewrite of a comprehensive plan, one of the other things that comes later is the rewrite of your land use plan, okay? And our LMO committee, being specific here, and I'm taking this because we appointed them, is not diverse, okay? It's all white males that live behind gates. And here we're talking about rewriting a land use plan for about 30% of the island, and there's nobody on that committee that can relate to the 30% of land that we're talking about, right? So we have to do a better job as far as selecting folks to serve in that capacity. And we also have to do a better job with educating them as to the direction that we're going. Because we'll never have true, what would you say earlier, long-term commitment to building, okay? And that's on us, all right? That's number one. The OCA plan, I appreciate the fact that you are moving expeditiously and hiring someone in that position. I think that is going to give the community a lot of confidence and stability moving forward. And the last one is we talk about this creating a culture of high organizational performance. And I agree with Councilman Stanford. The fact that you have put together this strategic plan environment for us has really gotten us to a better place, okay? And this council can only, at this point, evaluate you on that plan, maybe here today, privately, one-on-one, pat you on the back, that sort of thing. But I think in order for future councils to come on board and really have a good measuring stick as to the great job that you're doing, is that we have an evaluation process for you every year. Okay, I think that's important.
Sure. That way there are archives of what we feel good about and maybe not good about, right? I think that's important. I think the same thing with our town attorney, right? And we talked about that a bit. I know we're talking about restructuring that contract, but the idea of us having the ability to evaluate on a yearly basis is so important, not just for us seated, but as new council persons coming to the plate. Right. Okay. Yeah, and that was our agreement we made that I arrived here and said, please, it's in the contract, please please evaluate me annually, but let's be specific on what my goals are. So it's important. See Click Fix online, in an app, and all over the place. But to date, we've fixed 1,154 issues. You can still call the office. You don't all have to put it on an app. You can still call the office and tell us there's a branch down. But I think that app's paying dividends, and great job to a lot of folks, especially the GIS lead, Jacob Duell, and his team putting that in place. Beach renourishment. So I'm switching gears here, right? So environmental, we finally got through pursuit of excellence, and no surprise, we are a little behind, but that's okay. We'll catch up. Environmental, implement a beach renourishment program and update. The next beach renourishment occurs in 2025. So today I would suggest that, we're working on a lot of work. Let that not be the highest priority we talk about today, but no, we'll come back. A SWOT analysis of solid waste and recycling. I intended to slow down and allow some conversation here if you would like. We know that we've received a couple of resolutions. We know that Planning Commission supported the resolution. I know that Town Council adopted it. I know that Jeff Buckaloo, our head engineer, our head professional engineer, has been working diligently with the county and with some others on it and really assessing, right? So we're going to do a SWOT analysis of the island solid waste and recycling, and our plan lays out several goals to increase capacity with regards to processing recyclable materials and ensuring the long-term viability of solid waste disposal on the island. Right now, this is a county service, right? So we're assessing the program for the island, but really through the county's lens. We're working with them. The town needs to work closely with Beaufort County as the agency responsible for household waste streams of disposal for the entire county, and also look for other opportunities to improve. So I received a day or two ago, you received a couple days ago another request. And Mayor, I believe you asked me to put it on the next Community Service Public Safety Committee agenda, so stay tuned. You want to talk about it today, or can we park that over in CSPS, as I call it, Community Service Public Safety Committee, and talk about this there? Yes, sir.
I have no problem with parking it in that committee, but I want to make a general comment regarding environmental sustainability, and I've made this comment before at previous retreats. Our vision speaks about sustainability again, environmental sustainability again. And if you look at our environmental initiatives, you will see that they pale in numbers in comparison to other areas. We aren't being innovative in this area. Hilton Head, the modern Hilton Head brand was created on innovation regarding community planning and environmental stewardship. And we're hanging our hats on a hook of reinvigorating sustainability again. So I think there's a misalignment between what we say we're all about and our policy statement. Now, I'll add that if staff were to go through all of these initiatives, how many could park in the environmental area? And so, yes, we could build that up. I think it would be reassuring to understand there is a commitment to this environmental sustainability. That would be helpful. But I challenge council and staff, how are we innovating in this area? Are we reinvigorating sustainability in any specific and meaningful way? And I think the answer at this moment is probably not. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
I think it's time for us to bring in some experts in this regard. We all know that it's embarrassing that when you have visitors here who are shocked to see that we're not recycling. it's more than embarrassing. It is harmful to the environment. And so we need to have some expertise about some of these things that David is talking about so that we can get to the cutting edge of this to meet our unique needs. The large number of tourists that we have here creates a real problem in terms of solid waste management. But I don't believe it's a problem that cannot be solved. So I think we need some expertise in this. Thank you.
Mark, I hate to belabor the topic. Sorry, Bill. Did you have your light on first?
Oh.
No, okay. I hate to belabor it. I know you were trying to park it for another time, but the last time we were together, and maybe even a time before that, I mentioned that maybe we have our experts right here on the island. I recall a presentation as we were going through all of these group meetings on all of these topics that Ann Siren pulled together for us. And she brought in a number of recycling experts, and she also brought in experts from Wright and Sea Pines, where they do an amazing job in their solid waste and recycling. And I have yet to see, I know we've spoken about it, not you and me, but just generally in groups like this, that we look right here on the island, and who may be doing some really good work, and use our own to help guide us in the forward. So there's that. There's also, and I don't know if it falls into this category, but we are talking about environmental sustainability. So I do want to make sure that we are talking about the future, and we're thinking through sea level rises and water and how we manage those. And if that's in another slide, I'll wait to talk about that type of thing then. And also, as another point with regard to the environmental issues that I think as a Hilton Head resident, as someone who loves this island, we have to be aware of and focused on is the amount of chemical that we apply. And maybe there's a better way that we start looking at some other means that may not be as toxic to not only the ground, but the runoff, our children and our pets, and the air in the future. So if there's another place to talk about that, I will. Otherwise, I'll park it for community service. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, right. So we're here to talk, and I hear you. I hear you. 8 months into a plan, really, I call 7 months. But since then, since council's approving of February 15th, April 19th, Jeff is meeting, just so we know, with this Greater Island Council Sustainability Action Committee that was called out in that resolution, began holding monthly meetings, and that we've solicited mid-year quantitative reporting from solid waste and recycling haulers. The ones that are licensed that do business, we are reviewing policies and procedures regarding recycling collection. And so lots of work to do on this second page, which I didn't talk about, but we know that at some point, and some point soon, we'll talk about, and I think perhaps at CSPS, we dive into the details a little further. PSDs on long-term capital projects, I'm going to speed up a little bit. Those things are obvious. We are working on a few things right now. I saw Pete Nardi here. Thank you, sir, for being here and for your good partnership. It's a priority. Pete's driving. We're driving, and I think that we need to work together, and I know we're doing that. Pete's looking for money. Town Council, you supported the project. There's letters of support and potentially some more opportunity in the near future to help with some of those projects that the PSD believe to be high priorities for us. National leadership, credibility, and environmental sustainability. Message heard, sir. Yeah, we could park a lot of this stuff in this section, and perhaps we need to rethink some of that shuffling, but I hear you in terms of innovation. So many experts on our island as well. Again, I'm not going to get into all the completed, but we're coordinating with PSD on the provision of facility requests, including a reverse osmosis and aquifer storage and recovery facility to increase future delivery. So Audubon International Sustainability Recertification. We adopted a business license ordinance. We will work together, and we're close. It halted for a little bit. We are very close to having the 1,300 acres of file folders digitized in a spreadsheet and translated into a geographic information system dashboard that lets us know the attributes of the parcel as well as the acquisition details, right? We talk a lot about, well, can't the town use all its acres for? And as we really look into it, something was bought in 1986, something was bought in 1992, 1,300 acres of it. This asset management plan is sophisticated in the sense that you should, and the community should, and I should be able to soon enough click on a map that's a dashboard online, and it will tell us, being all of us, when it was purchased, what funding source it was purchased for, how big is the parcel, and any other important attributes of the parcel. It will make us smarter rather than researching parcel by parcel every time somebody asks a question. We know that this will be tied to that real estate transfer fee account. We know that there's a lot of great fun stuff to do in the future, but for right now, we know that we need to manage our property, right? So do we do an annual inspection? Do trees fall? Is it safe? Is it unsafe? Are the signs up appropriate? I think there were 2 or 3 different types of signs where we're auditing and assessing all of those signs that say you saved 1,300 trips on the road by acquiring this parcel. And council, you asked me some time ago, I know that staff's working on it, to assess those signs, inventory them, put them in our database, and inspect what they say, right? So perhaps a new message in the future is needed. Maybe there's something to be said about some combination of all the language on those signs. So, but again, that's a big lift, and we are lifting. DMO marketing plan was adopted. I know that we're involved. That's an annual. It's completed this year. It'll show up again next year. An economic development strategy, Ben talked about it today. We work really close with John O'Toole, Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. It's where the county has put its economic development program through that multi-member board of directors. John O'Toole works directly for them as an executive director, and from time to time he'll bring us a lead. It's my job to work with you on that lead, but I think there's more to do here. I know that we have some property, Modern Classic Motors in Palmetto Bay. We were very successful in applying for and receiving some utility tax credits through the Rural Development Act for some economic development funds for our Modern Classic Motor site. So there are Palmetto Electric utility funds set aside there to help us invest in that site to make it prime for an economic development play. So stay tuned on that. It's one of the things Ben's focused on along with Jen Ray and her team as he arrived. So we're learning a little more about the island and how it's changing and what our demographics are and what our strengths are, especially through our capacity planning. But I know that a lot of that will plug into here. Who are we? Who do we want here? Do we want to use Palmetto Bay Road site that's unencumbered with restrictions as well as without funding restrictions? There's some covenants on it, and/or and/or Modern Classic Motor site as at least 2 commercial sites where we actually turn the light on and say we're open for business. We want jobs. So something to be said. Did you have a question, ma'am? Establish a historic and cultural district development corporation is something we've talked a lot about at Town Council. Town Council passed a resolution, where are we here, February, and gave me direction to start creating a nonprofit. It should say Community Development Corporation, but I know that we first said economic, but this is a Community Development Corporation that was approved by Council on February 15th. It didn't tell me to put it in place. It told me to put in place the framework to do that. We've put some bylaws together. We've put preliminary budget together. We started thinking through what the goals and objectives are for the bylaws. Senator Davis approached us and said that as a result of the Stony impacts and the result of the opportunities that he sees and some folks see and the state sees, that we believe there's $5 million earmarked for the Stony area, dedicating funding through the state's budget to serve as seed money for the Community Development Corporation. And then Town Council, in exec session, was given the draft bylaws on August 23rd. There it is. There's still some work to do. I intend to bring that back, and this is subject to Mayor McCann's approval, the complete set of bylaws at the next council meeting, September 20th, where, if approved, it would allow the corporation to be set in place. We would go acquire the seed money that we are hearing about, but then there would be a corporation board of directors, an exec director, a strategic plan, an annual budget, and implementation and performance metrics. There's some work to do, but, formed with the goal of creating programs for economic and community development, affordable housing, streetscaping, really community revitalization, stabilization. So whether that's public infrastructure, small business assistance, neighborhood scale investment, and some resources, whether it's financial and or people, to support the Development Corporation. So that should be or could be on the agenda on September 20th or sometime after.
Mr. Orlando, just want to make a point there. I noticed that almost all of the candidates seeking office are here today, which I appreciate, okay? And Mr. Orlando made mention that the state's involvement came as a sort of a byproduct of the impacts that are going to happen in the Stony area, okay? I think it's important to also understand that as we were going through phases of the NEPA process with the bridge expansion, that Stony was not recognized as a traditional cultural property initially, okay? That was found to be later through the process because of Stony's connection to the other 13 historic Gullah neighborhoods on Hilton Head, okay? And I've said this before, I'll say it again, all but one of the 6 seats, and that is Mr. Lennox's seat, represents historic neighborhoods on Hilton Head, okay? So although there's going to be a keen focus on Stony because of the immediate impacts that are going to come along with the road expansion, you have to understand that they are all interconnected to a degree when you start to talk about the goals and tactics behind developing this corporation, okay? So I just want to say that out loud so we are all understanding the direction.
Time for lunch? Lunch, or you want to break? Can we keep going till lunch is ready? Till? Not yet? Give me a couple more minutes. Thanks. All right. Implement the Gullah Geechee Task Force work plan. And so again, if I can help us get on track a little bit here, trying to get to a place before lunch. Any takers for talking about this right now? We'll jump through that. Annual HUD, CDBG, Develop Landmark Protection. Any council member hand want to talk about this? Conduct community engagement survey. Mr. Ames, this is the point that you made earlier about the staff survey. So first quarter 2023, strategically, into the first quarter of next calendar year and into the second quarter, we will talk with council and key stakeholders on how to gauge the morale of the community and obtain citizen feedback on interactions, right? So, and then what we need to do is define the survey objectives for each category: quality of life, service delivery, public trust, public engagement, and again, that can be refined. And then that we would look to issue an RFQ or RFP to a professional to help us develop and deploy that survey in the second quarter of 23 into the third quarter, and that we would launch the survey into the fourth quarter of 2023. So that's a next year, but a high priority as we come out of the gate next year. See how good the strategic plan works? Love it. Assist with implementing Mitchellville Master Plan. So in the capital improvement program, there are some funds in there to help design and fund their parking lot, pathways, et cetera, AKA our parking lot and pathways, et cetera. It's a town-owned property. There's a good agreement in place. They're hard at work. And what you have said in the last budget cycle with some recommendations from us where let's help them fund their public infrastructure. When we show up on Juneteenth or when we just show up on a Wednesday, we need to see ADA compliant, ADA appropriate parking spaces, sidewalks, signage, landscape lighting, and you name it. So, and then all these are operational items. Public art and culture projects into CIP. Jen will touch on that later. Assisting with St. James Baptist Church relocation. This is a long time project. Any takers to talk about this as a strategy today? E-bikes, e-scooters, any takers?
May I just reiterate my comment from the e-bikes discussion previously? It's the state law, as I understand it, that is impacting our ability to really do something meaningful.
Yes.
And so again, I'd like to see and discuss what we can do to help set Hilton Head aside from or change the state law on what is a motorized vehicle so that we can find some ways to truly curtail and to help prevent injuries and
Right.
provide safety.
So perhaps as a takeaway, Josh, interaction somewhere with Senator Davis. He is the one setting those state laws in place with his colleagues and a great attorney, so who better to ask? Thanks. Mid-Island redevelopment strategy and park master plan. Let me see how many more I have to go. Yeah, we're not going to get through all this before lunch. How about we stop right here? Because we know that we want to get this done by the end of the calendar year. Is a break appropriate right now, sir? Thank you. There we go.
Hungry. Break for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, please go first. Mayor and Council, please go first. Grab your lunch, bring it back to your desk. What we'll do, just kind of some We're going to do that after, though. After, let me get through all this. If no more breaks. No more breaks. All right. Bang the gavel. I won't touch that. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. So I'm going to speed up. I have a strategy to go quicker. So we'll see. So this is the next topic, right? So we left off at e-bikes, e-scooters. We had an actionable item. We're going to talk with some folks for some clarity and otherwise. A mid-island redevelopment strategy and park master plan. So on here says calendar year 2022 completion. Our goal is that by no later than November 1st, we will bring to you, Town Council, Mayor and Council, a mid-island district plan that studied the past, assessed current situation, whether that's stormwater, transportation, connectivity, housing, commercial, housing, residential, non-residential, and also make some recommendations for the future. One of the recommendations will be, and I think the primary recommendation will be, to simply challenge the status quo on the zoning pattern, the development or settlement pattern as we know it today, right? So our zoning map has about 26 different colors, and what we're trying to do is simplify our land use pattern. And we've picked this district, which I call the hardest district. It has properties that are doing great. It has properties that have probably seen their better day. It has historic neighborhoods. It has other neighborhoods behind the gate, outside the gate, and the airport. So we will bring that forward. We've talked about it at workshop. If you have anything to add today strategically in terms of the plan, we have a lot more ground to cover on some other topics, but without any raising of the hands, I'm going to move past this with one exception, that we know that by November 1st, well, I don't think we had that in there. I'm in a food coma, Josh, thanks. The redevelopment plan is scheduled to be considered for adoption by Town Council on November 1st. Along with that is one of the public investment, one of the anchors of the district through public investment, and that's the Mid-Island track, the Mid-Island Park. And so I know we've worked at it with council at workshop. We have a workshop next week on this, and so stay tuned for more. We can spend a little bit of time on here because I hear a lot about this. Develop a Hilton Head Island growth framework and illustrative master plan. So a tool that'll help leaders, town leaders, achieve a vibrant and livable community. It's not about centralized command and control, but a way to anticipate needs, coordinate efforts, and draw a path to vision. So the growth framework map should define our island's centers, and it should define our island's edges, right? Where are the edges? Well, the edges are in areas that are susceptible to growth, perhaps next to our live bodies of water, from a water quality perspective, from a flooding perspective, from any of those perspectives. So what we really have started to do is learn, I think, as we go, as a team, on one district. So let's just imagine Hilton Head Island being 8 districts. We know what the Mid-Island is. We've seen it. If you've seen the workshops, you know what that first district is. You know, why is the district the district? Well, I think it's, we know the island, we know the neighborhood, we know the issues, and so draw a line around that important district and see how we can connect that series of neighborhoods. I think if we do that several times, and I know Sean's got lead on this, but I'm heavily involved, that we've picked one district. But through this exercise, we need to, according to the strategic plan, identify all the other districts. And so what are they? Are they Arrow Road? Are they, pick one. We can sit in our mind right now and start picking them. Are they Coligny? Are they where the Hargrave building is? Where are they? And so that exercise needs to occur. And that doesn't occur because Sean and I know it. I'm a long-time resident of the island, but I don't know it the way you know it. the way you've lived here and that you do business here and where those challenges are on the other side of the public sector table. So that's a big exercise to do. But what that should drive is a growth framework strategy so that if someone comes in and says, I want to rezone, I want to put multifamily, 20 units an acre. I've got this great site on Marshland Road. It's right next to the water. We're going to have incredible views. And our growth framework map should give those folks that are looking at the property some guidance. It should give council, current and future, some guidance. It should give staff some confidence to know where we think council's minds are in terms of a growth strategy. So if the strategy is that that piece of land on our island is an edge, is that the right place for 20 units an acre next to the water? We're going to solve all these issues with it. So again, it helps us make decisions. It's not the decision. It's a guide, right? So the growth framework plan is a guide. And then as we start diving in the districts deeper, like we're doing with Mid-Island, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 at a time after Mid-Island, I think that starts generating this island master plan. So it's not just lines on a paper. If we talk about words on a paper, it can't just be lines on a paper. It needs to be intentional. Align the growth framework map to community desire, align a future land use map for what we intend for the future, and then start planning some districts and understanding what the future should hold. That's the first piece. The second piece is aligning the land management ordinance with all that good work. So this is, I'm sorry to say, is not 11 and a half months from now. This is probably half a career of work if it's done right. But there is a sense of urgency. I'm pleased that we're diving so deep into the Mid-Island, learning about our staff, the teamwork. We're trying to make it place-based, that where the community goals are grounded and based upon, with some redevelopment opportunities, right? One of the sites in this is Northridge Plaza. Left alone, based on zoning, Northridge Plaza will be exactly what it is. It's a shopping center. Is that what we want? I think challenging that status quo a little bit through this planning work goes a long way. So, questions on this before I switch? Okay.
Mark?
Yes.
I think this is one of the most important things for the future of the town. And why do I say that? I think the information is starting to trickle out in the capital markets that Hilton Head is going to do something in the Mid-Island track. I think that's starting to generate interest with REITs and others that want to invest capital wisely. And wisely means you know who your next door neighbor is going to be, you know what's going to happen down the street, you know there's not going to be a competitive threat if you invest in this and someone else is not going to be doing that. So I think that's all good. But looking to the rest of the island, it's a lot of work with all these districts. And I heard your comment, and I respect it, that it's going to take a long time. I would suggest that we accelerate that with some people on a consulting basis that can get a sense of our culture, get a sense of how we want to build out and how we don't, get a sense of our limitations in terms of population, impact on infrastructure, et cetera, and have them working with staff and council come up with a development template that could be shared with the community by district, and then have that become a reaction document. I think that would accelerate the process immensely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mark, if I can jump in, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me just say this one thing.
Go ahead.
The conditions and trends assessment is the very first thing we're doing here. So parked in that work, that assessment of the island, the capacity study, where we're assessing the island's capacity is the very first element of this, in addition to that redevelopment district at Mid-Island. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. So all of this is good. The island needs revitalization. I think the areas outside the gates certainly it will be added value when we start to take this. So I'm just going to take it to the other level, which is as these districts start getting built out and all of this growth begins to kind of take place and find its home, that we don't lose ourselves in it, that we don't forget that what we're doing, who we are as Hilton Head. I recently was reading a forum of over 500 people who had commented on what makes Hilton Head special, both people who visit and who live here. And it is a constant and repeated theme. I would say the large majority of everyone who commented, it's the natural environment, it's the underbuilt environment, it's the fact that you can come here and you can explore and roam and raise your children without feeling as though you're in the middle of a city. And, you know, to that, I know I talk about that third dimension when we talk all the time. And for anyone who doesn't know what the third dimension is, it really is the idea that we keep packing more and more into a space without appreciating, which Hilton Head always has, that personal space, that area that you come to when you need to be able to expand, breathe, and let go. And if we develop everything around us, we won't have that space. And when you lose it, what you create are stressors, and you lose the vitality of life, and none of that equals Hilton Head. And I don't know if there's anyone in this room that would disagree with that. So this is good, no doubt. We have to have it, we need it, but keeping in mind that bigger picture of not losing who we are as we're doing it.
Okay. My message to you really should be that this is well underway, and this can't be hurried. Well, sense of urgency, of course, the project schedule, of course. I think we are missing some dates up here that we owe you in an upcoming workshop in terms of completion deadlines and workshops. But when you really take a look at how much work this redevelopment strategy and the park master plan as the first anchor, there's some outcomes of that, right? But all of it's that we're trying to create a place-based economy. All of it is to drive the future growth framework master plan, and then right after that to talk about a real assessment of our land management ordinance. We have to ask ourselves the question, is our land management ordinance getting in our way of a great place, right? So great places are planned. I've said that. We know that. You guys know that better than we all know that. But I think that we're reacting to issues along the way, and we're amending the LMO, right? So larger, you have a big tract of land, you can put more units. You have a smaller tract of land, you can put less units. And folks come in here and sit down with us and say, what can I do with my property? Whether it's a hotel or whether it's just 2 houses and one of them's a small business, right? So I think what we're really trying to get at is thinking way bigger in a time of crisis or in a time that we're challenged. It's thinking bigger, not sitting here grinding our hands together. So the goal really is to plan the space, the community, but also so that our outcomes are consistent and predictable. And I think that we're well underway, and stay tuned on that workshop next week to see some of those details.
Mark, I have a comment on that, if I might. I'm beginning to see the LMO, certain provisions of the LMO, as being obstacles to what we want to do. A recent example of that had to do with some more dense kind of housing where there was a complaint about definition of a unit.
Yes.
So I am anxious to see some creative thinking, more modern thinking about how we go about this type of development while preserving the island character. I believe that we can do that, but it's going to take some creative, thoughtful planning that goes into accomplishing these goals. And so I think that the LMO, it was last reviewed, I think, in 2014. They were reacting to certain things at the time. It's time for us to do that again. I'm glad to see this on the list, and I look forward to seeing developments in that regard. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, all these are operational. For time's sake, you can read them. They're there. Regional, Beaufort County impact fees, that'll be to council September 20th. Is that up there? Nope, that's okay. September 20th. Regional Housing Trust Fund, September 20th. Town Council. We updated the LATS long-range transportation plan. Multimodal transportation. So this comes up a lot. This comes up a lot when we talk traffic. This comes up a lot when we talk bridge. It comes up a lot when we talk housing. So just know, maybe for today, know that the fiscal year start is this year. We are doing a lot of assessing. We are not in the business of multimodal transportation alternatives, right? We're not in the park and ride business. We're not in any other business. Now, I think we're assessing the impacts and the opportunities. So we have talked with DOT quite a bit on their their officials and their multimodal plan and trying to apply it here. And then an economic analysis to really to support it. I don't think we have to spend too much time and money on an economic analysis to show why that's important, but those things make sense as you go look for money, as you go look for federal funding, and as you find who your real partner is going to be. I know that the county's focused on this, especially Jared Fralix. He's a good man, and I think he's doing a lot. He's got a lot on his plate. Know that is something we are working on. Hard to push that forward with some other things. So as we talk right-sized infrastructure, there's a few things in here, and I'm going to show you housing as a teaser for a second, Gateway Corridor for a second, Main Street right-of-way, community addressing, traffic calming policy, toll booth, and then CIP. So we had planned that Jen Ray is going to be going over all CIP elements. Jen, I might just go through it quick a little bit. We'll see how it works. But I want to back up because we still have a few things to cover, and we're pretty much on time. I think we can get through this by about 1:45, because then that gives a lot of time to talk about prioritization and a lot of conversation and feedback from town council. So as we talk housing, we had a meeting the other day. Not going to reiterate anything. The look on this today, ongoing, is different than you saw the other day. Ben didn't know what he was getting himself into. I didn't tell him about this while he asked me about the job. I told him it would be easy. It would be fun. It would be partnerships. So thanks, Ben. So I don't think we need to get into this. Completed initiatives, whatever we've done so far, I think we're hearing and we're seeing, is it working, right? We get back to the question, what's the real issue? Is the real issue the on-island, off-island traffic? Is the real issue short-term rentals? Is the real issue just housing quality, housing stock? Is the real issue, is there enough housing? These conversations are across the country, and then some. But what we've done so far, that I think that we're getting there, and I heard a couple comments today about the RFP. That's the request for proposal for our housing public-private partnership. So some months ago, we know what we did. We don't have to repeat it, but we issued an RFP to potential development partners. We put a help wanted sign up. We said, can you help us? We own some land. We have $1 million of American Rescue Plan funds. We also have some other funds that could go towards some soft costs and incentives, And let's try to put a public-private partnership together, similar to how they've been put together in a lot of other communities across the country for a lot of years. And so council set up an advisory committee. That advisory committee is just give me advice and guide me along the way when I have hard questions. There's council members on there and non-council members on there. And a few people, including Josh, myself, Ben, spent a lot of time on it. We've also engaged with Eris, who is the chief general counsel, I should say, for the City of Charleston Housing Authority, and she's helping us on the transactional part, on the contract part, on the procurement part. And so I think we have an internal, in-house fabulous team. We're trying to find a development partner. We talked about an RFP. We invited 7 of the 10. We tried to get it to 4. There was not a commitment amongst the group who those top 4 were. So we went with 7. Never know. What if those 4 all said the economy changed, the interest rates went up, I got 4 other projects in Florida and New York. So beggars can't be choosers in my mind with this. So we need some help. Invite the 7 that we think are qualified. An RFP went out. The RFP is a little different than the RFQ. The RFP is trying to narrow down what we want rather than the help wanted sign. I just want to make it really clear. In the RFQ, some of the responses we received were Habitat can be involved. Some of the responses we received were, we want this rental only. Some of them were homes. We refined that RFP after a lot of feedback from the committee, some thoughts from myself, really understanding the first piece of land we've looked at, the 12 acres, the 10-acre buildable, that for the most part, to net the density and the design and the site, to net the best for it, it's most likely a multifamily. It's most likely rent. I do not think we're, as a town, ready to be in the ownership business of condos or homes. Habitat can be a partner. I think the developers, the partner teams that submit need to show us some elevations, some site designs, how they're financing the deal. And truly, this is the most important part. What do they need from the town to make this work? Financially, what do they need from the town to make this work in the contract, right? So in that, we will figure out what's the AMI range. Is it 60, 80, 100, 120? Is it 1, 2, 3 bedroom? Is it a multifamily product that looks similar to what Sea Pines just did? And congratulations to them on a solution and on a great design in a location that's unexpected, right? Congrats to Cliff and the whole team over there. But I think that's for us to learn about from this developer. And so stay tuned. It's out. It's due October 3rd. We'll interview. And in that interview, that's where I think the negotiations first start happening in any public-private partnership, right? In the interview, you start setting expectations. We own the land. We have some funds. We have the wherewithal. We will entitle it. We have some funds to help. We have some funds to help them. And I think we're going to learn a lot over the next 30, 60 days. I just want to, kind of clear the air. I'm not disappointed with this. This will work out. Other places have done this. It's hard. It's our first time. It's not my first time in a public-private partnership. It is my first time in Hilton Head. It's Hilton Head, right? I'm excited about that every time I think about it. It's my first time working on something like that as a public-private partnership with this community, with the values the way they are, with an AMI here that's affected differently than an area median income somewhere else, even in the county, price per land, lack of jobs, lack of housing, all those things are factoring into this. So stay tuned. Targeted goal is that we will be under contract late this year and early into next year. That's been my highest priority for a long time. That's fast. If you read the newspaper, where I came from before I started putting something similar together, they're doing about 15 or 20 homes. Good for them. Our goal here is to understand that site. It's not a zero build to line when we kind of talk about island and what's good for the island and the resiliency of our island and the environment. That's not maxing out a site so we get 300 units out there. Harbor Town's about 20 units per acre. I think the Sea Pines product is about 12 units an acre. We have to figure out what is appropriate on our site. We also have to figure out what our partner will build based upon pricing and our expectations on area median income, on rents, right? All of that drives rent. So if you're watching and listening and you're one of those partners, bring Habitat to the table. If it works, great. If not, there's other options, and I know we'll talk about that today. So first and foremost, that's what I've been working on. I think a lot has come together. Thank you for some clarity and support more than anything. This is on an agenda every month where I sit in front of town council and I give them an update of what I got done that month. In the last 29 days, this is what happened. And I'll tell you, if something isn't happening fast enough, Ben and I both feel that and say, oh, we ought to hurry this up. We only got 2 more weeks before we see council again. So I think it's working, and we are working on your behalf. So please know that. And then the meeting the other day and the Chimney Cove has caused, or maybe gave reason to, a bigger conversation. One thing that I did, the mayor was just talking this, one thing that I did as I arrived, I took a look at our guiding documents, comp plan and all those good things. But one document I have here is the Workforce Housing Strategic Plan. With my old eyes, I know it was adopted in April of 2019, at least that's the date on this book when it was adopted, I'm not clear. There's a lot of good information in here, and there's a lot of good strategy in here. And so I think if nothing else, some of the question that came to me in the last couple of days is, what should we do? What do we do? Well, in addition to the homes we're building or partnering with, my question to you is, what do you want to do? I took notes.
You want to answer now?
Yeah, I want to just, because I'm going to help you too, because I took notes and ongoing, and I said further assess, right? I am not here to make decisions for you in the community. I'm learning. I have my own opinions on what on how short-term rentals is affecting this, on how transportation is affecting this, on public policy, on how this is affecting this. And that is about development pattern and ease of application and permit. I think, so I have a lot of opinions on those things, but what I did the other day is to my best, and then compared some notes with, of course, everybody here that took notes. I started to write out what we think a toolbox looks like. And then I started to realize that a lot of that is already in the book you adopted. So with that being said, I think this is a great spot to pause and talk. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
On the way in this morning, I ran into David Ames in the lobby, actually in the parking garage. He says to me, what do you want to do today? I said, I don't know. He said, well, let's try to come out of here with 2 items that we really want to do. Instead of coming out with a whole bookload of stuff, nothing is done. Let's pick out 2, so it won't be just words on paper anymore. It will be 2 things that we hope to get done between now and November 1st, December 1st along the way. So I talked to Mark during the break, and we were wondering what items that are most important to the people at this table. So if you had to pick 3 items, what would, am I in the right spot?
Pardon?
I'm going anyway. If you had to pick 3 items, what would be your 3 items? What would be your items, Glenn?
Number 1 item for me is workforce housing, and starting to promote appropriate stimulus for workforce housing here, which is why at the beginning of this meeting, I suggested creating a local housing trust fund. That would be my number 1 issue in order to be able to be prepared to actually build more workforce housing when we identify some good sites, which I'm convinced Ben is going to be able to do for us. We could also fund that local housing trust fund with some new tax revenues, with some new allocations from the town reserves and so forth. We need to put the money there so that we're ready for a project when we're able to put that project together. That's number 1 for me, Mr. Mayor.
Your top 3, Thomas?
US 278, getting to the point where we are comfortable and confident enough to sign a municipal consent. Secondly, and specifically North Point Development, the public-private partnership, generally speaking, workforce housing. And third, the more fully development and the final plan approval of the Mid-Island tract in support of the Mid-Island District.
Thank you, Mayor. My three, am working, have worked, will continue to work to preserve our island environment. And that means to take care of what we value, placing our values ahead of our needs, and making sure that our wildlife and our ecology are protected for the future. In terms of protecting, I would protect each and every aspect of what we're doing in terms of being able to do it the right way, to make sure that we're not just doing something to check a box, that we've been thoughtful and intentional about it, that we've researched it properly, that we've thought forward correctly, knowing the consequences of our decision-making. And that I defend each and every resident on this island by making those best choices, by acknowledging that they have issues that are in their lives and working to create solutions with them so that the quality of life on Hilton Head remains what it needs to be, what we all believe in. And that is my three top: the environment, our development, and our residents.
I'd like to go into more detail about the housing.
Absolutely.
But I have two that are sort of on the table as, I guess you could say, strategy slash tactic. But I want to say that in order to make good decisions, we need to move ahead with the growth framework slash capacity slash LMO. That combination, I think, is critical for us to be able to make other decisions in the right kind of context. So growth framework, capacity, LMO. That lays out the expectations for all the rest. The second item would be the development into investment packages on the Mid-Island track, so that we are actually going to marketplace for things to happen. I also include the park development in that. And then third, but really at the top of my list in terms of priority, is a housing framework by November 1st that deals with planning. Where can it take place on this island? Funding, how are we going to pay for it? And how are we going to sustain it? How are we going to retain the product that we are producing today into the future, so we're not just at the same place in 15 years? And that has implications of town's responsibility going forward. So those are the three: growth framework, Mid-Island track, and housing.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
It's getting tight, Mr. Mayor, so there's only three of us left, and we've heard housing from all but one so far. Hope somebody keeping score. I don't have three. Okay? I've only got one. Because if we don't do something about this, then nothing else matters. Our level of service here on Hilton Head that supports and builds and maintains our brand will continue to deteriorate. I was telling Councilman Hawkins that my dad, who fondly says all the time that you're once a man and twice a child, I didn't really understand what that meant until I had to start doing things for him. He called me a couple of weeks ago and asked me to get him some hotcakes and sausage from McDonald's. Well, I got in that line at 9:30. By the time I got to the ordering station, it was 10 after 11. And I said, can I get some hotcakes and sausage? And they said, we stopped serving breakfast at 11. They couldn't see my little official tag on the car, Councilman Hawkins, so I was going to pull that card. But nevertheless, the point is, our level of service on Hilton Head is deteriorating. And it's because of our workforce development. I'm glad that you took good notes, Mr. Manager, because you always do. But I struggle with us adopting this initiative and some strategies in 2019, and yet we have words like assessment here today, right?
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
I knew that.
Okay. We should be well beyond the point of assessing. We should be having discussions around implementation at this point, okay? And the only way that we get that done is if we start to become more keenly focused on our opportunities. I think North Point is great. That's a start. But we have to have other things in the work in order for us to chip away at this, okay? It can't be every year we start talking about what we're going to assess next, all right? So for me, Mr. Mayor, this is our number one priority. We won't get any better at anything else unless we fix this.
Since Alex only asked for one, can I go to 5?
As long as it's quick.
I'm answering the question the way it was asked. The question was what? There's certainly a lot of fine tuning as to how, but my first answer to the what is the Mid-Island track. And to memorialize the key principles learned there, don't put them in a closet, bring them online, and build on that so you can fast track district development throughout the island. Number 2, of course, is to wrap up with an action plan supported by the town, the community, and the county on the 278 bridge with all of the bells and whistles in terms of synchronized signalization, et cetera, et cetera. The last, and I think probably the most important, is on the housing side. Good effort on our, we put our toe in the water with what I call the post office site. We're working with community people and experts. Let's again, memorialize the key principles of thought that are being generated from that, which you'll have in a few weeks. And recognize that this project, as important as it is and as great as it is, and I'm very supportive of it, will probably have an output of maybe 120 homes, families, just scratching the surface. So at the same time, now that we're equipped with these principles that we like, go into the public-private sector quickly and start moving on development elsewhere in the island. I think we have to stop this sequential and start thinking concurrently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The Mid-Island track. I figure our housing, the Mid-Island track, which incorporates the commercial space on the 3 corners there, and the corridor and the bridge. Housing seems to be the number one issue among us here. What I'd like to do is take a couple minutes and give Mark, and Mark tell us what the steps are to get us there. It's nice for us all to say, this is number 1 or this is number 2, but how the hell do we get from here to there? Mark?
Yes. You mean in all of the priorities or housing?
Just do housing.
Housing. All right. Well,
Yes, sir.
I think that's putting Mark on the spot.
Yes, sir.
I think it is us seated at this table that have to decide how we are going to commit to action. And so I think it's the steps that we're willing to take today that will allow the community to know that we are committed. And so, if I may, and a lot of this comes out of the Chimney Cove conversations. I would propose a two-step process. The first is coalescing public support. I remember when the LMO was first being considered on this island, and I think it was 1987, a body of citizens got to the town hall every morning at 6:30 to try to work through that process. There was a recognition of the importance and a willingness to commit to the time. So I think this requires the same kind of commitment on the part of the public. I would suggest that the town convene a group, and it's not a small group necessarily, of citizens who feel this is such an incredibly important project that they're willing to come to the town hall or the appropriate place twice a week for the next 4 weeks to try to figure out how best to communicate the gravity of this situation to the town's future, and to do it in a way that the people they touch on a daily basis become informed of that gravity and of the steps that need to be taken, and perhaps the compromises or sacrifices that they might have to make in order to achieve, for the benefit of this community, what needs to be done. In parallel with that is the development of a framework. I think this council has the opportunity to adopt a framework by November 1st that says to the community, the legacy of this council is moving this incredibly important project forward. The first part of that, and I touched on this a moment ago, the district plans with the LMO compliant that would allow these things to happen. So the location of where we want to stimulate housing on this that is affordable for employees. And I think the Mid-Island tract is an obvious one to begin with. I think Palmetto Bay is another. But the important thing is for us to conceptualize at the growth management level and at the district planning level, what land we think is important or appropriate for this kind of development. The second is sources of capital and cash flow over time. We've spoken about a referendum. The mayor mentioned the referendum a couple of times. We've mentioned the 1 mil idea. And we also recognize just that today that the combination of those may be necessary to move forward. Now, if I were making a decision, I would say the leadership of this council should adopt by November 1st the 1 mil increase and have it be a part of the budget next year, because we don't have time today or this year to have a referendum. So any decision to have a referendum is going to be, 14 months off.
Mayor.
Okay, and the mayor said it can be any time of the year. Point well taken.
Yeah.
But the point is that the allocation of funds may require the citizens of this town to ante up to solve this problem. And that's a very big deal, and that's why this public support is so incredibly important to have it be something that is dealt with in the next month or two. Now, in addition to that, you have tax money that's available and hospitality tax money that's available, and the tourists are helping that. Now, there's an idea that came out of the Housing Coalition that we should go to our state legislature and ask them to increase the hospitality tax by 0.5% and have that money be dedicated to a housing trust fund or a development corporation for the benefit of housing. Foundations, state, federal taxes as well. And then there is the issue of once you build this housing, what's going to happen to it in 15 years? Are we just going to be faced with the same situation that we are today with the Cordillo condominiums or other places? So I'm thinking that the retention of housing stock requires the town of Hilton Head Island to take a much more active role, either in a housing trust fund, housing authority, or something that begins to play a significant role in ensuring that this housing stock isn't depleted over time. The last item is what I've already alluded to, and that's leadership. I think if we can come out of this meeting today and say that this council will adopt a housing framework by November 1st with these items outlined, and perhaps the same, that some of those elements that are included in that side, that's the kind of leadership that I think I'd like this council to have as its legacy. Thank you.
Thomas, your thoughts?
Well, I think we gravitate towards the issue of housing. I would pose a rhetorical question to this council. If we had no serious challenges in developing a qualified workforce on the island, would we be talking about housing today? I think the answer is no. I think the Shelter Chimney Cove issue brought to light a standalone problem, and that is displacing 300 people who happen to be mostly island workforce. But I submit to you that if we had no issue of being able to attract a qualified workforce to the island, we probably wouldn't be talking about housing. Housing, however, is one element of our ability to attract that qualified workforce. Other elements are transportation, education, healthcare, wages and benefits, recreation. There are a lot of elements, but we gravitate towards housing most quickly. And our ability to move the needle on housing is very limited. If we build 120 units at North Point, and if all 120 units happen to house workforce on the island, we won't move the needle. There is benefit to talking about an island-wide workforce strategy as one of the strategies in support of the quality of life, and then more fully developing the tactics in support of that strategy. I think that has merit. And I think that's what David is talking about. Let's agree that we need a strategy as it pertains to affordable housing on Hilton Head Island, and allow staff to develop the tactics in support of that strategy and present them to town council.
Understood.
I think we talk about and around this subject for a long time. And some of the principles of thought come to mind, because I think we would all agree that we have a multifaceted problem. And if you have a multifaceted problem, there are going to be multiple solutions. And certainly transportation is one. Another could be higher wages, could be another. And certainly housing is a very tangible issue that faces us. And I would agree that we're not going to solve the problem in its entirety with housing itself. But then if you raise the rhetorical question, that said, is it still worth getting our collectively our thoughts and power behind housing? I would submit it is. I think that we're at a point where, yes, we are moving ahead with the post office site, and yes, that will just scratch the surface, as Tom Lennox has said, and which I respect. But if we do this and do it well and learn from it, that gives us the confidence to replicate that in several other areas of the community. And I think we can do that. I think if we collectively, and I believe we did this moments ago, have a strong majority of town council indicating, A, we have a problem, and that's usually the first step to corrective action. If we look at the top three and listen, with all due respect to you, Alex, with your point, but I think collectively we could say, we could all agree that housing is right there at the top. I think if we leave this conference and feel good about the fact that we have to come up with a collective strategy on this subject, that's good. I'm not criticizing that, but it's high time we get to the tactical level and what are we going to do in a tangible basis. And I think what's being advanced today by David is a challenge. And it's a challenge, I think, not beyond our reach. If we can come up with a program of action that we buy into by November the 4th, yes, this council will have a legacy that we can be proud of. Is it going to be the be-all and end-all, the silver bullet? No. But is it a major demonstrable step in this direction? And I would say to that, yes. I would add, too, though, that we do have, and I said this before, we do have, I believe, a negative undercurrent in this community on this subject. So it's incumbent upon us, if we want to stand tall on this subject, to work with our town manager and the talented people on his staff and mount an educational program that's concurrent with our tactical activity, because we need their support. Going for that the 1% increase, I can support that, but absent a strong communication program, we'll have nothing but mayhem in the community, and that would be a shame. So I stand behind the challenge that David's talking about. We're bright enough, smart enough, and I think courageous enough to get behind that challenge for November 4th. Thank you.
Tammy?
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. One is that if you listen carefully to my answers to the question that was asked before, Mayor, what you would have heard is a priority in terms of everything that we do. And that priority is to always be looking out for our residents, protecting our environment, and making sure that our development is done properly with forethought, looking towards the future and understanding what consequences there may be down the road. That doesn't exclude anything That's relevant to everything. When that first LMO was written, it was designed, thought important as a piece of the puzzle to help constrain development. It was important to the island residents at that time to make sure that our island developed just like I just tried to explain. It's still important to the people who call Hilton Head Island home. So that's where you begin. I think, Bill, you're absolutely right. There is little chance that we are ever going to satisfy all of the needs for all of the people. And as much as Hilton Head residents want to do everything we can for everyone, that's who we are. That's why we have, 170 or some odd nonprofits on this island, because we are good people doing good things. But we can't solve everybody's problems all the time. So, sitting back and looking at what that plan might look like to try to provide some relief to our workforce on the island is prudent. It's done in a thoughtful way, keeping those factors in mind. When we talk about housing, we never define what kind of housing we're talking about, who it's going to impact, and what we are looking for the future. We just know we need someone here to clean our houses, cut our grass, and serve us our food. Aren't we lucky? When you think about the people, though, who actually live in that housing, you really have to look at it from a different vantage point. Because what we're doing, or should be doing, in my humble opinion, is creating life for them as well. So it's not about building buildings that you can slide people into so they can go out to work and come home, go to bed, so they can go out to work and come home and go to bed. More that they do those things, like we all do, we all have, but they become integrated as part of our community and in our life, and that they feel they are part of something bigger than just their job. That we provide them opportunities through home ownership so that they can begin to build generational wealth and stability for their families, so that they too can look forward to a future as bright as everyone in this room is lucky enough to enjoy. So our workforce isn't just a group of people that we need to keep on the island. And so when we have these conversations, we never dig to the point where I think it's important that we get to, so that we know what we're planning for is meaningful to everyone.
Thank you. I think that's, I thought Glenn went. Sorry, Glenn. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I didn't feel cut off. I feel a consensus here that housing is, through a majority, our biggest concern and our biggest priority. The mayor's question was, what is your priority? That is my priority. I don't claim to have the answer, but I can certainly buy into the layout that David Ames has put before us. Let's set a goal, let's draw a line in the dirt and say, we will have the outlines of a policy by the November meeting. That makes a lot of sense to me. There's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done between now and then. And a lot of that work's going to have to be done by these 7 people, because we are the policymakers. I know that we will have the support of the staff as requested. But I think that it's time for us to do this. I suggested a goal of trying to set up a local housing trust fund. To me, that makes good sense. I haven't heard comments one way or the other about that, and that's fine. That can be a tool we can consider. But let's get moving on this. This appears to be the priority, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support Councilman Ames challenging us to have this as a right in front of us priority, okay? With end date of November 1st, November 4th, whatever you put forth. I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact date. Beginning of November sounds great to me. And the whole idea of us tackling this on a twice a week basis until then, okay? It is that important. And if it's at 6:30 in the morning like it was before, sign me up, Mr. Ames, because I'm up then anyway. Councilman Stanford asked the question, does anybody agree with him as far as a local housing trust? Yes. And housing authority, in my mind. If we were to today agree to purchase an area that is threatened, like Chimney Cove, well, who manages it, right? We don't have that in place at the moment. So the discussion around that is important. But I'm going to go just in a little different direction. The mayor asked us to give off some particulars, all right? And I think what we have on the screen here is great. But the whole idea of us having a economic strategy or analysis around this issue, I think is so important, okay? We too often think that putting money towards this won't necessarily yield the return on investment, okay? And there's just a whole nother definition of return of investment when you start to talk about how important this is, okay? It's not I pay $1 million and I get X back. I mean, there's just so many other factors that go into how that $1 million will turn over and over and over again if we're protecting our workforce in the means of housing. And Councilman Lennox is right. This is just a piece of it, the housing. But the important thing to remember is the housing is what's mostly affected by the market. The market is going to take us in a totally different direction as far as developing a qualified workforce here on Hilton Head. It's already doing it. So how do you combat the market? Well, we're going to have to step in and make some changes. So I support the idea of, number one, putting this on a agenda of some committee to move us forward by the beginning of November. I can live with everything that's on the screen here. But at the end of the day, I think we're going in the direction of getting to those tactical items that get us to a better place versus 2019, we adopted that plan. And we would have put in $1 million in the bank since then, where would we be now, right? And we just chose not to do that. That's a recommendation that's in there, that we put aside monies. We chose not to do it. Here we are with the opportunity to do something, not just talk about it. So I'm in support of moving forward expeditiously.
Okay. Yes, sir.
If I may, and I think this is important. We often talk about this in terms of workforce housing, which has a economic development cast to it. But Ms. Becker brings up a very important point, and that is it's really community development housing, community sustainability housing. How many people who came to this island years ago and were in workforce housing are now still here contributing to nonprofits, to the town, and so on. So I think it's important for us to think more in terms of community development or community sustainability housing than simply economic development housing. Thank you.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but you lose another part of the population that way. Some part of the population would read that as Section 8 housing, where someone's getting something for nothing. You have to be very careful with our wording here. The answer is we should build housing and not try to define what the housing is before we build it. And Mark is always talking about housing, not affordable, not workforce, but just plain housing. It doesn't come with any bad tone.
Yeah, that's why the messaging to the community is so important.
Yeah.
That a word can dislocate or wreck, to derail a valid concept. And so I'm just very cautious when a citizen uses a single word to interpret an idea as being negative.
Sometimes too many words take away from the idea.
I may be guilty of too many words.
No, Dave.
All right. I'm not touching any of this. So thank you. That helps me a lot. As I looked at the strategic plan for housing that was adopted, I was whispering to Josh, when town council approved this plan, I think it was a noble effort, right? A lot of what you're asking for in terms of background changed a little bit since 19, but I don't know this consultant / expert that put this together. I know most of you worked with them. There's a lot of ways to handle this, but when you talk framework, a lot of it's in the book. And as town council approved the book, I think 3 priorities were asked of staff, right? The first one was assess a density bonus. I think that's in place. Density bonuses don't work unless you're sky high in your New York City, in my opinion. Also, a commercial to residential conversion was put in place. And then a strong assessment, I use the word maybe too much because it's your decision, I just like to say it that way, for a regional housing trust fund. And so we knocked through a few of these things. Regional housing trust fund is coming together. We are one of several municipalities that's strongly considering it. I think that Community Works did a good job at committee the other day answering the tough, pointed questions with good, pointed answers. And I think that that's on the committee agenda. Housing as the public-private partnership, as I say, if we want to do it again, let's look and learn the first time before we franchise, right? Before we scale. So some clarity here too is there will be a development partner that will help with design, permit, build, and manage the program. There will be a long-term commitment to this one particular project through a long-term contract, a long-term agreement, and a covenant, in my opinion, at least 30 years, keeping those area median incomes where they need to be, right? So first and foremost out of the gate. I won't go through it all, but in here, it talks about a toolkit, a toolbox, however you want to look at it. It's a fun word, but there's a lot of things to do in here. So the framework's in place. I will bring you this as a companion document, maybe to set the stage, but an actionable playbook of what we think we could do, right? I don't know how to show up between now and November 1st and say, we need a housing authority. Do we? I think a lot of those those 2 a week meetings need to vet and give me some direction on those. Because yeah, if we build this, who is going to manage it? It's not Ben. Don't worry, Ben. But we have to mobilize around it because the plan's in place. Council approved it. It's in our strategic plan. It's in our comp plan. Our community knows it's needed. We see it. We can't find workers here. And so I hear Mr. Lennox loud and clear. It is a workforce issue, right? It's as much USCB education as it is, and I hope they hear that. And it is as much in my assessment, and it is as much getting here. From you can live in Bluffton and still work here. How do we get here easier? How do we get here safer? It is much about a transportation system outside of just every person in their car, and I know it's about housing. So I'm going to think, again, a little big on this, but really mobilize around this housing and bring it back to you by November 1st. Krista and I don't even need to talk. We just go like this, and she's already thinking about how many meetings a week, who's involved. And what we'll do is I'll put who could the community stakeholders be, right? Is it Sea Pines? Is it Wexford? Is it the GM here? It's all of you? It's people in the audience? So we'll have to think through that. So that'll take a little bit of time to mobilize around the who should be there, who can be there. These other pieces, I think, need to also be companion pieces, the capacity study, right? I'm not sitting here saying we need more density to solve the problem, but I do think that there's parts of our island that are really complicated. I can't even understand the LMO. I cannot understand it. I try. Sean knows. He interprets a different dialect. But there's pieces of the code that don't allow what we all think could go there. And so I think that that companion piece is important, because I'm not sitting here advocating for more wall to wall. But I think that if it's place-based and that it's right-sized and if it's intentional, I think the answers are here. So with this playlist, I want us to know that this can't just be the answer, that we also have to bring forward this assessment. Because in one meeting, we're going to sit there and say, the sky is falling, there's too many cars on the road, and there's no more room at the inn. And in the next breath, we're going to be sitting here saying, we need more housing. And there's going to be some community conflict with that, right? Because there's different audiences, different minds about that. So our clarity, I just want to say out loud, our clarity is so much important, because what we need to do is help the people that are trying to subdivide property in a certain particular part of our island, subdivide it properly with a good site design, not putting 20 pounds in a 10-pound bag, but not making them wait 6 months and $70,000 later to get a subdivision approved. Short-term rentals is on here. I think it's important. It's going to stay on the list, at least for my recommendation. I want to make sure, I don't want to go backwards. I don't know how to go backwards. I've never played defense on any team I've ever played on. But example, if there are 160 new homes being subdivided on Jonesville Road, and those homes will be built in the next 8 months, 9 months, 12 months, however long it takes. If every single one of those homes is a short-term rental, by day 30, is it helping? And that's why that's on here as part of that. It is not to challenge, from my vantage point, it's not to challenge the condo in Coligny that's $500,000 and there's weekly rentals, and someone's mortgage and livelihood is based on that. So again, while we can have a playbook, I think there's a lot to do after November 1st. But from my perspective, I want to just clarify that issue. Can I move on?
Really?
I would like to speak briefly to the regional trust fund concept. I believe that it is beneficial for this town to work regionally with other municipalities as well as the county and other counties. That there are areas where we can get a benefit out of that regional participation. My concern with the regional trust fund is that there is no assurance that the town of Hilton Head Island will ever benefit from it. It was suggested that before a community could get a second tranche of money, every other community would have to be served first. That was rejected. So I see us being almost never being able to participate in a regional trust fund, primarily because our dirt is so expensive here. I layer on top of that, my responsibility is to island residents first. That's been my commitment from the beginning. And because of that quirk in the concept of the regional trust fund, I don't see how I can support it. It concerns me. There are other areas where we can work regionally, but unless we know that we will be able to participate in a regional trust fund, I can't support it. Thank you.
So Glenn, you're saying you can't support a regional trust fund, but you can support a local trust fund. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I think the idea of a local trust fund makes a lot of
Okay,
sense.
I just want to make sure.
And the idea of a regional trust fund without some assurance that we could someday participate, I would be opposed to. Thank you.
If I may?
Yeah, Bill.
In all respect to Glenn's comments, I choose to differ. I think we have to appreciate the fact that we're in a much larger ecosystem than the island, and that we're interdependent, and that without using, I guess I will, somewhat of a glib comment that, you know, all ships rise with the tide. I think if we do something to help at a county level with housing, indirectly, it can inure to the benefit of Hilton Head. So I think we have to take a macro look, but concurrent with that, we have to take a micro look at Hilton Head. And I would respectfully suggest that we do two things at once.
Yes.
Thank you.
Understood. All right. Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry.
I don't want to leave this, but I don't know where we'll leave it.
Okay.
We built the clock again.
Sir.
Right. We're now look at the scenery. Is it, we're going to do something about this? What are we going to do? I mean, I like David's idea. It's a good framework.
Yeah.
I mean, if we take David's idea and we ask him to write that out for us, so we have it next Monday, pick a date. And we're meeting again one day next week on another workshop.
Mid-Island.
And why don't we put in a half hour before the workshop or after the workshop to continue this discussion? I mean, 4 years ago, we talked about the workforce issue included transportation and salaries and benefits and everything else. And we're still talking about the same thing 4 years later, and we've made no steps towards any one of the four. What I just don't want to do is leave this conversation now where we don't know what we're doing next Monday and Tuesday, never mind
Right.
November 4th, and I don't want it to be a your project.
Right.
I want it to be an our project, not a your project.
Well, I can kind of,
You guys okay with that? I mean, just,
yes. And we could, right? We have a 9 a.m. Wednesday, September 13th. I believe Oh, I thought I was really good, but
Okay, blew
must,
that.
must have lost a brain cell today. Yeah, the 14th, Wednesday, 9 a.m., Mid-Island District, Mid-Island Park. So we will work together to see if we can schedule a half hour. Prior to that, have a public meeting for a half hour, open and close, to simply fine tune this. Again, I'm going to show up with something much bigger than just the next 10 things we need to do for housing. So, but it'll be actionable. And the good part is this is adopted. The good part is I think there's some clarity that more than the first three things, you want me to full court press a little bit and see where we can make this. There are some elements of this book that are not in there that I think will help. And they're listed up here that we talked about the other day. So
so it's
I'm gonna
8:30 Wednesday morning.
if that's okay, we'll make it work.
So it's 8:30 Wednesday morning.
Yes, sir. 8:30 Wednesday morning. Krista's taking a note. Sean, we'll wrap something up and I'll work with Mr. Ames. So an easier topic. William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor, much easier than housing. We've talked about this a lot. You've passed a recent resolution. The county, in a committee, tried to bifurcate the bridge and the corridor. I've met with county administrator and his team, with my team. Here's what I've asked them for. Plain and simple, clear as the sunshine. I would like the county council's position on the town council's position. Not a me and Eric. Eric and I are great. We get along. We talk about a lot of other topics, and nobody's blood pressure goes up. So what I've asked him for is, in this resolution, in this agreement that we put in place, Eric had some good comments on his side of the bridge that he wanted to see changed. And I'm open to that. I simply want to know where the county's position is on this. We know that the county has taken a position that they want a bridge. They want it 3 lanes. They believe the data is valid. They believe that the data has been compiled and assessed, and the baseline they're clear with. They are also doing an assessment, and I would call it end-to-end-ish of the project. They're respectful that you as a town council and us as a staff, through our recommendation and through your consideration and approval, support, that we're going to do a bigger look, right? It's going to go up and downstream in a different way than they are. And that will take more time. It will take some more money. We are still doing that. It has taken some time, really trying to, understand the project sponsor, Beaufort County, the project contractor, DOT, and a lot of these decisions are coming from outside of our jurisdiction. However, the municipal consent component of this project is paramount and second to none. So I know that it's coming. thank you for your patience. That's another way to say, sorry, it's taking so long. But right, I always say, let's be in a hurry to get it right. And Senator Davis has chatted with us. I know Eric, Mr. Greenway, talks a lot with Secretary Hall. And when's their meeting, Josh? Monday? Monday the 12th. I anticipate if the chairman puts on the agenda the consideration of the document that came through you and was approved by you moving forward, they may make some edits to it. I anticipate some. And then on the 20th, I have on the agenda proposed that we'll at least be able to talk out loud and see where the county is on this issue. So more to come. Main Street's coming. We'll talk about that a little
Mark,
more.
1 second.
Yeah.
Where do we stand on selection of the contractor that's going to represent the town in the end-to-end analysis?
Sean? You want to talk in my mic, please? Thank you. Is that out on the street yet, or we're waiting?
It is not. The scope of work that was part of the MOA was sent to the county, and that's what we need to do. We need to get a response from the county. We hope to have one here very shortly, and depending on the action Monday, we'll know our direction. Yes, sir. The plan was to have it on the street for 30 days once it goes live, and then evaluation and selection of the most qualified firm.
Is the county contributing to that?
We will, that's certainly part of the discussion
We
through
don't
all
know.
of this.
We don't know.
Yeah. To be determined.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I'm confident in Senator Davis. I talked with him at length several times. We're going to move forward on this. At the end of the day, this end-to-end is good for us, and I have no issue putting an agreement in place to have this done and then work with the state to acquire some funds to pay for it. I don't need a middle person to figure that out with me. So by the 20th, we'll have all of this together so we can proceed with some
Mark,
confidence.
from a Hilton Head Island community
Mhm.
standpoint,
Right.
I think the fact that this is going to be independent is paramount.
Yes.
And so the county's involvement might be counterproductive.
Correct.
And I just, Mark, I'm going to pick up on two things that you said. You said during the last section that taking more time to get it right, essentially. Never make a bad decision by taking a little bit longer, is the way I say it. It sounds like we're in a rush to put you under the gun to bring something on September 14th. From my perspective, if you don't feel you can bring us something that reflects thoughtful,
Right.
I'm not going to hold you to that, because it is important that we just don't rush through something so that you can do something so some folks can prove something. So that's one thing. So that doesn't mean that it doesn't get done, but it does mean that we're more thoughtful and we make sure that you're just not giving a deadline. So that's one thing. And the other thing was what you just said. What the county needs to understand and everyone needs to understand with regard to 278 is that while we're taking our time to do that end-to-end, to putting that integrated lighting system into place so that we have better data, so that we look at the complete project with an independent eye, ultimately, it's good for Hilton Head. Whatever the outcome is, whether it confirms where we're heading down the road or if it says maybe there's something else. Whatever's good for Hilton Head is good for the county and is good for the state. But whatever comes out of Hilton Head is good for our residents. And anyone sitting up here who doesn't think that they should be putting residents first in that regard needs to think twice.
Yeah, we're there, and what you approved is the scope of work. What you approved is an independent. What we were waiting on is really to see if the county agreed with all of that, and as we anticipated, they would. And so we're getting close.
Which I'm confused. I lost
Yeah,
track
sorry.
for a minute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I'm just reacting to Councilwoman Becker's point about rushing you. What is the topic that he's being rushed into? I didn't know what. I'm not clear on that.
So when I first started listening to this conversation, I heard a description and an outline of a framework from Mark that he, using that consultant's report, had a good handle on what he was going to be bringing forth. I have confidence in him to do just that.
Oh, the housing
What
initiative. Okay, I got it.
What I heard after that was an insistence that it be done within a week.
Right.
I don't necessarily
I
think
got
that
you.
kind of pressure is
Ms.
necessary.
Becker's talking about the housing plan. I got it.
In the room, and I'm not going to ask you where you were, but do you have any comment on the Regional Housing Authority?
Yes, I think you heard Glenn talk about how difficult it is to justify to an island resident why we are spending money in a regional housing trust fund that would probably build most, if not all, of the housing off island. And there really is only two realistic answers to that objection. And the first is we as a municipality have to participate in a regional effort if that regional effort is to work. A regional effort without the town of Hilton Head is an effort without the jewel in the region. And the second answer is that people that will be living in the housing to be constructed off island are working on the island. And that's happening now, and that will happen to a greater extent with additional, more suitable and livable housing being built off island. Can I prove that? No. Do I have the ability in the future to prove that? I don't know. But I do believe that people that will live in this to-be-constructed housing will work on the island.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tom. All right. Yeah, we're still trying to acquire Main Street. There's about 46 different property owners, and there's about 15 that haven't executed deeds yet, and we need to talk about this sooner than later, and I'll bring that to you. I have some ideas how to bring that over the apparently 15-yard line into the end zone.
Mark? I would like that put on the next council agenda.
Thank you. Main Street?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's put it to bed one way or the other.
Community addressing coming in the future, traffic calming policy, Cross Island Parkway toll booth, and our CIP program. Jen Ray has worked tirelessly with a small, lean team to understand how we plan and how we implement projects. Some of the questions to me have been, wow, that's a lot of projects in 1 year. Are you going to build all that? No. But we've committed the funding, not future funding, current funding to these projects and made them priorities. You know, typically, as you look at a capital improvement program, it's a 5-year rolling program, and you always fund 1.5 to 2 years out, right? So we've done that. If you start a project today and it has no concept to it, it's just, we want to park. Where's Butch? There's Butch. We said, we want to park. Well, by the time you think it, hire it, plan it, think through it, plan it, bring it to town council, bring it to Parks and Rec, permit it, town council approve it, permit it, or I should say civil, permit, find the contractor, find the concrete, find the plants, and find everything else. It's this current market and this current environment, I think that's 3 years. So, do we have a CIP program that's robust? Absolutely. I'm going to show it to you. I think Josh already apologized to Jen. I'm going to knock through this a little bit because we have some things to cover. But what we've said is that we have a CIP program where 30% of the funds is to parks and all the way down to some soft costs for land acquisitions with some elements in between. And this is the first year, and thank you and congrats that housing is a formal line item in your CIP program. So I think we've taken that. Now, the rest, somewhat, where do the funds come from? So the structures here, the frameworks here, our projects are positioned through most of the island outside of the gates, some behind. We know that we kick projects off. We get town council input. Folks asked me about that when I arrived, and I've just wired to say I know who I work for. I want to know what you think before I know what everybody else thinks, because I know that you're plugged into everybody else. So, board and commission input, stakeholder input, right? And so as we kick projects off, that's been our process, and Jen is diligent in how to get there, and I appreciate that so much about her. Concept plan, council review, stakeholder input, board and commission. So what we're trying to show you here is that there is a process to go through. And what I'll show you on board, some of it and a lot of it has a public process, right? It's not just, hey, we need $3 million for Crossings Park, now what? The now what takes some time. So we have 2.8 in beach renourishment, not much to think about, but the big renourishment that I'm excited to be a part of is fiscal year 25. Jeff Buckaloo's the point. Of course, Scott Liggett was the point, and I see Jeff working hard and tirelessly in Scott's honor. But we do a lot of things along the way to monitor and get ready for beach renourishment. We're replacing boardwalks at Folly Field. We're also doing the same at Dreesen. We just did this overlook. I couldn't believe my eyes how many people showed up, and were just elated that we put a barrier-free, I call it, not ADA, but I call this a barrier-free overlook to our island's beach. And so congrats to everybody, and especially the community members that helped push that forward. We're taking a look at Islanders Beach Park. That's 20 pounds in a 15-pound bag. There's some restrictions on a grant. We have to keep certain spaces. And so we've talked a lot about that at committee. I've talked too long. My laser's gone. All right. But anyway, you know that phase 1 design, we're putting some pathways in. We're going to improve it. And I think that we have a good plan in place to improve the parking and improve the circulation at Islanders, but know that we'll come to you in the new year with that. Caligny Beach parking area, we're fixing it up as much as we can afford to and as fast as we can afford to do it. Congrats to the team. There's some low-level lights that turn off at night. There's some enhanced landscaping and a whole brand-new effort down there to focus on the built environment. Pathway management, $4.7 million. New paths, you can see them on the screen. Jonesville and Shelter Cove and others in between. We are assessing, you might have just seen a press release, and I know Frank and I have talked about this, and we've talked about it a lot, but we have folks on their bikes up and down pathways taking a look at every segment of the pathway, and not just the asphalt, but the signage, the low-hanging trees, the lighting, the intersections, and all of those things. All of these are funded in the capital improvement program. Shelter Cove's almost done. It's getting closer. Roadway management, dirt road acquisition and paving, top of the list on purpose. $8.1 million. Mitchellville, Pinefield, Horse Sugar, Freddy's Way, and Alfred Lane as high priority projects there. Some community or some William Hilton Parkway enhancements. So a lot of these things, by no means am I going to get to with you and just in your capacity by the end of the year. I'm trying to, especially with this housing initiative today as it rose and boiled to the top. But we have been working on crosswalks, lighting, turn lanes, pedestrians, landscape lighting, and real character. I anticipate and know that I'm going to be meeting with town council with the team on this in the new year. But it's being planned, and your involvement is needed before we just go out and start painting things differently and adding different landscaping and lighting solutions. Crosswalks and intersections as an example. Pope Avenue has been a hot topic, is busy, the street's busy, the park's well used. Folks cross the street every day, all day and into the evening. I think there's some opportunity we can have there. We've been asked to expedite a look at Pope Avenue with some streetscape enhancements and the adaptive signal management. On purpose, that was released before this meeting, so nobody could ask me what we're doing about it. The RFP is on the street, the adaptive signals, Glenn knows. I think I saved us 20 minutes today. The contract is on the street to procure, to find the right design contractor team that will come here and put adaptive signals into our island. So everywhere you see a signal and anywhere the future would need a signal would have that adaptive, the adaptive components. I will get into some dirt road paving. We need folks' help, but you can see that Mitchellville Lane and these are all in process. So construction Q1 of 2023 planned. We're in different and various steps with our community members and with those residents that live up and down those streets to move this forward. I think there's a good strategy in place. One gentleman, Jen, it was Freddie's, right? Ty Scott called someone and then called me and said, hey, I got all the signatures up and down my street to help you with this. And so thank you to Ty, and thank you to a community member that is willing to knock on the doors and get the signatures and bring it to us to help us prioritize that higher on the list. So a lot of that stuff's going on. We talk a little bit about roadway and corridor management. You can kind of see some of the graphics that are starting to shape up at some of our intersections. Consistency and predictability wins. And as we drive through our island, we know that a lot of the intersections are striped with striping from the 80s, striping from the 90s, fake pavers from the 2000s, and little lighting. And so know that the goal will be to have a very sophisticated pattern book that Jen Ray in Cap Projects or Aaron Black in Facilities, after your review, assessment, and hopeful approval, can just flip through it and say, all right, if we do something, what is our expectation? How do we do it? So stay tuned. That needs to be workshopped. Roadway management, we talked about that. Parks, Mid-Island, September 14th workshop. Anticipated November 1 consideration, and then a whole bunch of other parks with some workshops in Q1 or Q2, however we have the capacity to get to those in the new year. But you see them up there. Island Rec, Public Art, General Park enhancements ongoing. Our goal is quietly and a little at a time to keep increasing and improving our parks. So Jarvis is one example. We cleaned a lot of those trees out, so those oak trees look like oak trees. They're not inundated with understory vines. We're starting to lay this site out and look to see where we can connect the pathways on that site. We are seeking some grants for some new playgrounds, whether we get them or not, TBD still, to upgrade those playgrounds. But those are things we're working on quietly but consistently. Mid-Island, we can talk about that next week. Chaplain, just a real preliminary look. We're trying to fit 5 soccer fields on Chaplain. We're trying to respect the basketball court, existing dog park, existing parking over off Castnet, respecting the edge near the waterway and towards the ocean. And I think that there's some, I call it frugal opportunities to improve that park. We were trying to fit, again, 20 pounds in a 10-pound bag here. People park there for the beach. And I'm a little biased because I've been coaching my son who plays soccer, and I showed up there on a Saturday morning, and it was playoffs. We won the championship, by the way. I'm just saying. But in all seriousness, I was later in the season, and the people that wanted to go to the beach were now there. And I was looking at license plate, and they must have thought I was nuts because my wife thinks I'm crazy already. But I started asking people, why are you here, and where are you from? And they're like, well, we're here for a week, and we rented a house, and we're somewhere. And that is everyone's favorite beach stop, whether it's the Google pin, word of mouth, or whatnot. But the competition between beach parking, soccer parking, playground parking, dog park parking, and whatever other parking is there is a lot to handle. And, you know, are we everything to everybody at every single park? Or does every park need its own individual identity? And what are we trying to solve? What are we trying to accomplish? And so we started to look at Chaplin Park like that. Again, workshop in the new year. So as we try to fit rackets, right? Rackets, pickleball. I did not promise pickleball in 18 months. I was just in a room with a lot of people asking me, where are my pickleball courts? Mark, you've been here a year. Where are my pickleball courts? I get it. But it doesn't fit at Chaplin. In my assessment, I think the team's assessment, got 2 or 3 different opinions as well on this. So what we've done is I've just taken the liberty to take a look at one of our pieces of property. It's a rectangle. It's not encumbered by anything. It's not that close to a whole bunch of rooftops. And we simply laid out 24 pickleball courts, 12 tennis courts, and 4 padel. I was calling it paddle. It's padel. Google it if you don't know it. It's interesting. It's European. I should say South American. I believe Mexican descent. I believe. I've read some on it. And it's a little bit of pickleball and racquetball mix, and it's exciting. And so folks play it if you Google it. And so there's some opportunity to take a look at it. But we've tried to lay that out respectfully. And again, workshop in the new year. Know that that's being planned because I can't fit all of the expectations on Chaplin Park.
Where is that, Mark? Is that hypothetical or is that a real piece of property?
Well, this piece of property is not hypothetical. This piece of property is a couple doors down on Marshland Road from Broad Creek Marina and the go-karts and the zip lines. It's what people refer to me here as an old hotel tract. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to put words that this is the best place for it. I think it works. But it lays it out. And it allows us to breathe as we're trying to plan some of these other park upgrades. Rather than wipe the slate clean, as example, at Chaplin, and try to figure out where those kids are going to play soccer, where we're going to park, and all those things. So again, I think workshops in the new year. Ditto with crossings. A preliminary layout nets 5 fields. Multi-use field, as well as some real turf, a skate park improvement covering the Bristol Arena, so you can play out there at all times, and especially in the heat. It realigns parking and adds to it, and probably the most exciting piece of this could be the Champions Walk as you approach the fields for all the past champions or workers, including umpires and the Little League World Series teams and all of those good things. So we're hard at work. And again, we'll bring this to you in some workshops in the new year. Ditto with the Shelter Cove Park expansion. This is adjacent to, so this would be just outside of French Bakery. New year. Patterson, we found some archaeological artifacts, and we need to, based upon that, look a little deeper, look a little harder, and truly respect and try to figure out some of that flood-prone area through there. It's a low site, but I think a great site for a neighborhood park that needs to net more than a swing set in a parking space. So we're thinking through that. Again, new year. Jarvis Creek Park, Cordillo Tennis Courts, Town Hall improvements. And you see it, we're trying to make some improvements in town hall technology, security, as well as functionality for staff. We have some opportunity as well to improve the landscaping outside so that as an employee, it's getting late. As an employee, you can enjoy the outside, but then as a resident, you can show up to town hall and enjoy town hall because there's a beautiful xeriscape garden there. And I also think that town hall should be, when someone new comes to town and asks us, how do you guys do things here? I have a site that I want to redevelop. I have a site that I want to develop. I have some improvements to make. And, well, go outside and look. This is what we expect. So stay tuned. The building's in tough shape. I'm not going to hide behind that. It's not just the ants and the mice. It's structurally. And so we're fixing that. And I think that's a bigger conversation in the future. Some upfit at Shelter Cove. Bob negotiated an entire suite for himself when he arrived, so I had no choice. Where is he? There he is. I'm kidding, Bob. Coastal Discovery investment, especially for some barrier-free and ADA components of that, especially since we have important festivals there. So rather than just inch along in your CIP program, and we're working at that. I think, a week or so ago, people were meeting on this and trying to figure out with Rex and company. And then stormwater, it's not to jump over, but public and private systems where we invest, in my assessment when I got here, it took a little bit for me to understand the magic formula. I did have this a couple times trying to figure out when we can workshop this element. It's important to me. I want to be clear to you how we're doing it and get some surety that we're doing it right as we look at systems inside the gates, as we look at systems outside the gates. A lot of this will tie into our resiliency SWOT analysis and our resiliency plan. Right? Water goes downhill unless you have a pump. And that's pretty simple, but I don't think we've ever taken a look at all the different various plans and the segments of our island. And I don't think that we've sat with council in a long time. I know we have in the past, but in my year and a half here, to truly get into why we're bringing these projects forward at that appropriate time, right? Stormwater utility shows up on your tax bill just like your property tax. And I think that this, as a workshop item, will really help us. It'll give me some clarity on where council wants to be, and then I'll be able to give staff some clarity on how we should be looking or prioritizing these stormwater projects proactively.
Yeah, Mr. Knight, I like the fact that we're going to consider workshopping this so we can slow down on it a bit and really understand it. We talk a lot about the new developments coming online and what they look like, how many trees are coming down, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But this piece is underlying, and we don't talk about it enough, right? With folks coming in, bringing in dirt to build new homes means that watershed will go on to older homes, that sort of thing. And that's not necessarily always just the developer's responsibility. Right. We have a responsibility of shedding the water to the waterways. And because of the planned unit developments having monitoring around this and places outside of the gates don't, we tend to see more of a problem outside of the gate, right? And, I'm for one, am not clear that what we're paying currently into our stormwater fee is enough to handle what we're looking for in the future, okay? So maybe that's part of the discussion also.
Sure.
So I appreciate you workshopping this. I think we may need to have several before budget, because this may be an item that you may be looking at us to approve additional funding to achieve the goals that are in front of us. I'm not sure at the moment, but I suspect that because it's been neglected for so long.
The big move we made this year as we prepped the budget, we took all the stormwater projects that were in the stormwater utility fund as projects, and we took the stormwater utility revenue and we moved it into the capital program. And so now everything is showing up in the capital program, so you don't have two different project lists. And I think that's a big benefit. When we come to workshop, we will talk about projects that we've improved in the past, what we currently have on our table, and what a really, really intelligent staff thinks we should be doing in the future, and talk about it. Okay. Fleet, we talked about that at budget. Land acquisition, we talked about with soft costs. Housing, we talked a lot today. And then the last really is Parks Rec marketing plan, so that we keep implementing the Parks and Rec master plan. We've done a survey. That survey closes September, well, we've initiated the survey. It closes September 8th. And then we'll use that information to develop that marketing plan. And so Jen and Taylor and everybody that worked, Carolyn, everybody that worked hard on this, great job. Ford Shellring, what an amazing project. It's the counties we're helping. More on that if you have some questions later. This is an interesting one to me. I still can't quite figure it out, so we can talk about it in the future. You can see that second quarter of 2023, this land trust, Northridge Conservation Tract in a partnership with us to build a pretty large park. And I'll ask everybody if that's still a priority in some months when we look at these other park systems. So discussion. These are topics that I've heard along the way. These are some next steps. So September 8th, mid-year strat plan, that's today. We have a workshop for Mid-Island District and Mid-Island Tract. And then we have only several agendas, only a few between now and November 1st. And we will add housing to that. We definitely will add housing. But these two topics up here were really the target between now and November 1st, because this is not easy. This takes a lot of careful attention to detail as we rethink the future land use and those recommendations for our future on Mid-Island. So I do not want to rush that, but we have the workshop next week, and about a month and a half later, back to you to see if you have any alignment on it. We'll add housing to the mix. These are simply up here to let you know that that's a lot of work underway. If it's up there, it's because we're already working on it. We didn't not start any of these yet, with probably one exception of an island brand development, but we're thinking through what that means. But you can see up there, conditions and trends, the corridors, island resiliency, land acquisition. How are we using the real estate transfer fee funds? Should we be using the districts? In my opinion, yes. The district plans to guide our future acquisitions. Gateway, parks, growth framework, solid waste recycling, and these two at the bottom. So really, we've I think found a rhythm or a pattern when we meet at workshops and we slow down and we talk for 1 or 2-ish hours. And so just know those are parked for the future. We're going to talk about key performance indicators. If you can't measure it, right? So how do you know if you did a good job if we're not measuring? And I use some international city manager metrics and try to understand what we're measuring. I've read some books, and what we need to talk about at a certain point are, what should we be measuring? We shouldn't just measure to measure. We don't need a full-time employee to start measuring everything we do, but what are the 5 or 6-ish things as a community, as a council, should we be measuring to know where this community is going, so that we can see it going there as it goes instead of after the fact. And I think that's important.
Mark, can I add one?
Yes. Yes.
To that, can you go back a slide? I guess the third bullet point, how much revenue is being generated via application fees, fines, other sources, et cetera. And I thank Councilman Lennox, as I've sat under his leadership on the finance committee. He always asked Mr. Troyer a question about unfavorable trends. We want to know the bad news also. But I think there's some opportunity for us to expand on that bullet point, because our metric, I think, is too often tied to our revenue coming in solely. And that does not give us a true picture of the productivity or the declining, if there's a case, of our economy as a whole. Okay? Applications coming in for new businesses, that may mean something, it may not mean anything, but businesses closing, how businesses are doing year after year. That doesn't always show up in those numbers. And I think that that's an important metric for us to start to consider as we move forward, particularly as we talk about the SWOT analysis, future land use plans, and so on. That feature, that part of the equation, I don't feel we have a good grip or understanding of it. We need to do a better job with that. And that's not that we want to just hear from the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation as to what they think. I want to know a little bit more as to where we are currently and where we're really going.
Okay. And we'll circle back on that at some point.
Alex, if I could piggyback on what you're saying, and I may not have interpreted correctly, but one example could be a go, no-go approval decision on a storage unit. I mean, what does a storage unit do for the community? It helps store your goods. It employs next to no one. It doesn't contribute much more beyond that in the community. And if we have an alternative bid for that property that creates jobs, creates other revenue spinning off in the community, well, then that should get a higher mark. So it's a metric to think about. I'm not defining it well yet, but besides just being a performing asset for the owner, does it perform for the community?
Understood. Okay. Mayor, I thought you were going to say something. So some discussion, calendar year 2023, and we can decide this later, but know that it's on my mind, on our mind with Josh. When and where is the next strategic plan workshop? We've had a facilitator in the past. There's no facilitator today. Again, remind us, this is an 8-month in. How are we doing check-in, right? With what's really boiling up to the highest possible list, right? I counted 10 things earlier: short-term rentals, solid waste, land acquisition, intentional, strategic, economic development, CDC, CIP, including Parks Rec, Mid-Island, housing, no particular order, William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor and the corridor itself, and resiliency planning. Those are 10. And so as we talk about it, I think that it's healthy to have a facilitator when we talk about strategy in the future, right? You had a facilitator in the past. I think they've done a fine job. I'm very particular on what I need from council so that I have that actionable list as well as that clarity of policy direction. But so we can talk about that. In the past, I know that town council members were involved with selecting the facilitator. I've seen it both ways, with and without. But I know that if we're going to have a facilitator, they should probably be here within the first 3 months of the new calendar year. And if we're going to do that, we need to start procuring it very soon to get those folks here. So I think we need some sideline conversation on that, unless you want to give me some direction today. Where is it all those things can come in place?
Mark, can you unpeel that a little bit more? I'm just interested in. I understand that we've had a facilitator in the past, but are you recommending and suggesting that we have a facilitator? And if so, I'd like to hear why. And if you're not comfortable with the way that we approved the strategic plan last year without a facilitator, I'd like to know why.
Oh, I like this. I'm good without one, but a lot of town council members bring in facilitators so that you can talk with a facilitator, and they're going to bring up things that are going on that they see all over the country, and allows a little different dialogue than just what are we getting done and when with your town manager. So that's more of a question for town council, right? You've been a part of it with a facilitator. I facilitated, I think today I facilitated, but my role is about listening to you and understanding it and finding some commonalities versus what a lot of facilitators can talk about. So it's a question back to you, Glenn, Tom, Ms. Becker, where are your minds with this?
Mark, I'm with you as a facilitator for a strategic plan. I think you've done an outstanding job here today, and you're not asking for being patted on the head about this at all. But to me, being able to have a dialogue between town council and the town manager is what the strategic plan retreat should be all about. If you're talking about some other sort of subject matter, possibly a facilitator would be beneficial. Maybe at a retreat sort of situation, which is a more generalized sort of thing. So I'm very comfortable with the way you have structured this, and I think it is more beneficial to us this way.
Thank you. That's, you get turned to. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm actually trying to get you all to talk about it. I'm trying to get you to talk about it as a facilitator.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, what do you want? You like this? If this works, great, let's keep doing it. I know in the past, town council has gone to Beaufort. I know in the past, I've just figured this out in a community center. So it's up to y'all. So something to talk about and think about.
Mark, am I on? If I may, I sitting up here, I've sat in more of these than anyone else up here, and I've been privileged to sit in many of these sessions with outside facilitators that have not accomplished half of what you have done today. So I would say two things. One, continue on as you are and share your wisdom, draw from the group as you do quite well. And then think about a topic or two that are really hot, or they're budding, they're on the horizon, or they're very troublesome. And then scour the countryside to say what town or what area or what state has demonstrated creative best practice, and bring them in on a laser focus for a subject.
Okay.
But for you to continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you.
That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Go ahead, David, you were next.
Needless to say, the quality of the facilitator is paramount. So let's assume we can get a really good one. Then what's the advantage? I think you walk a very fine line communicating with council in trying to propose or advance ideas. Are they your ideas? Are you overstepping a council member? Whereas a outside facilitator can say something that might provoke additional thinking, whereas you may be uncomfortable taking that position. Also, I think that an outside facilitator can be a provocateur also by saying, wait a second, your mission statement says this, or your comp plan says that, and you're saying this. And I'm not sure that that's fair for you to challenge a council member. So I can see why having an outside facilitator for the strategic planning retreat once a year makes sense, but obviously it depends on the quality of the facilitator.
Okay. All good comments. Anybody? Oh,
Thank you, John. First of all, you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Your team has done a great job. It's been a very productive afternoon. This setting, it's kind of comparing oranges to apples, right? But this type of setting, I believe, for me anyway, draws out people from where they might be otherwise hidden. It may be different when you have a facilitator who, like a counselor, could kind of soften the edges and have everybody have a more, a different type of dialogue. But I think this type of conversation where we actually speak and we get to honesty is a little bit better from my perspective. Otherwise, we hear a lot of platitudes and we don't really get to the substance, and I think this has been great.
Thank you. Sir?
Thanks for answering the question. Honestly.
What's that?
Thanks for answering the question, my original question, okay? I think that the way that we have structured our strategic plan, okay, where it's not just what we're trying to get done in this fiscal, okay, we're 2-3 years out, okay, really brings us to a point of focus. And I guess I've got some concerns about a facilitator coming in with ideas that don't necessarily fit within what we've already agreed is important to us, okay? I think that, first of all, to Councilman Ames' point, I would hope that in this setting where we're not adopting any policy, okay, but instead our town manager is asking us to be more than honest with him as far as where we want to go, that you feel comfortable enough bringing stuff to us that we may not agree with, okay? I just think that, that relationship has to be healthy enough to where you can do that.
Right.
We don't necessarily need someone off the street to be able to do that, all right? Ultimately, it's our decision, but you advising, I think is okay. And as far as those topics that none of us are experts or comfortable, or you say, hey, this is even above my head,
right,
we need to bring in someone, then I could see us doing it at that point. But I think we're keenly focused at the moment. I think we've got a way to measure ourselves and communicate to the community. It's not just this fly by the night throwing stuff on the wall. So I've been pleased with it.
Good.
As you facilitated.
Thank you. That's what I need. That's what I need to hear or know, more importantly. So thank you. Thank you. Oh, not yet. So yeah, some things to work on in the new year. I've mentioned what jumped out at me through the day as 10 priorities. I hear about the workforce. I hear about housing. Of course, Gateway Corridor isn't going anywhere. We can't make that a third priority. It's going to, so I kind of feel like I'm looking at a whole bunch of number one priorities. We're not going to stop pushing on some of these elements up here, but we might stop pushing on some of them long enough to mobilize around housing and really get Mid-Island to where it needs to be for your consideration. The district, the park's ready. I know that we're going to keep pushing on cap projects, and we'll start thinking about scheduling some workshops into the first quarter. If just, this is so much, if we picked one workshop a month, this is 10 months right here that I just said. And between every workshop, there's 29 and a half days to get the work done, and 2 council meetings and at least 3 committee meetings. And I think that that's what we can work on, right? So some of that needs to just be, how much do we meet? What are we meeting about? And why are the priorities, the 10 priorities versus the other 54 or however many? My math's terrible right now. So with that, we have time. I know that if you want to talk about any issue, you want to talk about, you can go backwards and talk about any topic. We finished with 20 minutes left. I'm going to sit down.
I did have some, was on my list that we didn't necessarily cover. No, Mark was trying to catch up. It is not outside of the strategic plan because it's mentioned as far as our regional focus is concerned, and us, I guess, conducting meetings with our fellow companions outside of Hilton Head, Low Country Council of Governments, and so on. And I know that we will soon to have a new mayor that will be making appointments to those committees, right? And because there's so much going on in the region that, in a lot of cases could affect us negatively, right? I would like for us to establish, program or protocol, so to speak, so that when folks are assigned to various committees, there's a communication, not just through report at a council meeting, but through maybe committee, that we talk through some of the items that are being discussed regionally, so that if we send a representative that is asked to take any type of action on our behalf, we've had a chance to discuss it collectively before we show up casting a vote or making a recommendation that the full council hasn't had a chance to vet fully. Okay, so I think that's one thing that we can.
Why don't you send me a note on that, and I'll put it with the key on my desk when I leave for the new person, that they should do that.
All right, you tied on. There you go. I got you. And the other thing, I guess two more things that, and not to harp back on the housing, but the fact of the matter of us having to fight against the market, I think you can't say that enough. We made decisions, not us as a council, but this body of Town Council of Hilton had made decisions in the past to be very aggressive in acquiring land for open space. Why? Because we were concerned about the market. And that took leadership to get there. It took a lot of money to get there. And many have moved to Hilton Head since then and appreciated that was done. And I don't see the housing as to be any different, because we're under that same crisis at the moment with the market being against us. And the last thing, I thank Councilman Hawkins for helping to translate my gullah on the whole idea of having an economic strategy be a little bit more defined through a metric. I think that is just a piece of our business that there's a huge void there, okay? And again, I'm not sure how we fill it, but I think it's important because it does help us with future decisions along the way. But I just wanted to say out loud also, Mr. Orlando has done a great job with pulling us together to have these valuable discussions, okay? So I wanted to say out loud that we thank you for what you've done and your short tenure here thus far.
Alex, thank you very much. If you keep on using ROI, Bill will give you an A on your report card. But everything has to end or start with an R, return on investment. Yes, Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make 4 comments about this afternoon. And the first comment spans a lot more time than this afternoon. I'd like to congratulate Chief Tadlock on and in his upcoming retirement. And Brad, the only thing I can say about you and your ability to lead fire rescue is the quality of a leader. The true measure of the quality of a leader is the people that follow. And I look at the 2 people to your right, Chris and Johida, and based on their experience, their commitment, and their performance, it is a direct reflection on the quality of you as a leader. Congratulations on that too. For those in attendance, you heard an awful lot of talk about strategic planning. And let me offer 2 translations to the word salads you heard today. When you heard Mark talk about policy, that equals strategy. And when you heard Mark talk about operations, that equals tactics. And I want you to know that although Mark presented this to the community for the first time. This is not the first time we've had the discussion with Mark. Mark and Josh met with each of us individually and spent a long time going over each of these strategies and tactics. And they talked about what worked and what didn't work and why it worked and why it didn't work and what they were going to do to change. And what we've seen here today is the end result of the compilation of what worked and what changes were made. Third, in about 15 months in going through this process, I've had at least a dozen people, maybe 24 people, come up to me and ask, what's different about this strategic plan from all the others that the town has had in the past? And my answer was pretty quick and pretty specific. And that is two things. One is the management of the plan. And by management, I mean the establishing of priorities and the effective allocation of resources, both financial and non-financial. And what we heard today was how effectively Josh and Mark and staff have been able to do that. But probably most importantly, and the biggest differentiation we have in this plan, in my 14 years of being associated with the town, the biggest difference, and it is conspicuous, and I think it is going to be meaningful, has been the assignment of accountability. You probably didn't catch on the screen each one of those strategies up there, but there was a staff member accountable for each one of those. And Mark and Josh can easily write performance evaluations for all of the staff by simply going back and accumulating the accountability for each one of those strategies and tactics, and what worked, again, and what didn't work, and why it didn't work, and what are you going to do to change it. So as it pertains to a facilitator or not, I think you've got the structure of town planning better than it's ever been. And you've got a mission, a vision, and goals. And if you've done them right, they probably won't change. What will change in the process of managing through your staff, the strategies and the tactics, those will change based upon how effectively they worked and what didn't work and why. So my congratulations, and again, in my 14 years involved with the town of Hilton Head Island, I haven't seen us progress to this point in planning. And if execution is half as good as the planning, we're on our way. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. A few hours ago, you asked us for a top three, and I think I only gave a top one of being housing. That remains top of the list for me, but it is crystal clear to me that pushing forward and achieving the best design of the Corridor 278 project is absolutely vital to the future history and success of this community. I think we are pushing in that direction. I'm very grateful to Senator Davis for his reasonable support of the goals and objectives that we've stated here. And so that is really important. Then we have the great success that's been achieved down on the south end of the island surrounding the Celebration Park. That is another example, that's a crystal clear example to us of what economic development will be stimulated with government action. That's been a big success there. I think that we will replicate that success when we move forward with the Mid-Island project. So that would be the other number one project for me moving this forward. Finally, I want to say, Mark and your staff, thank you for an outstanding program. I've learned a lot. I think my colleagues have learned a lot, and I hope our friends that are here live and on TV have learned some more about how this government works and how we're getting things done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Mark, and thank you and Josh and the staff for putting this together. I thank the council members.
Your mic. You can put your mic on so they can hear
No one
you.
will hear your words of wisdom.
I thought you wanted to talk. I said no. Oh, Mark, how are you?
Good. I'm great, thanks.
I thank you, Mark, for a very well put together day for us. You and the staff did a great job. I've been annoying to you because you had your door closed for 3 weeks, changing the slides every day. And I appreciate it come out very, very well. And I thank your staff. And I thank the council members for coming prepared today to play. I mean, we weren't just here to listen and ask a few silly questions. Meeting David downstairs got the whole day sorted for me. So we're the 2 illegal cars that are parked in the basement, in case you know where they are. I also thank the people that came here today to witness this, the future candidates for a lot of different offices, the people from the community, my bodyguard in the back. This has been a very, very worthwhile session, Mark. And I can't thank you enough for it. We appreciate it. And thank you and your team.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and if I could just say, yeah, absolutely. I started the day thanking everybody here with me and end the day. And great to see everybody. Thanks for being here. And it's an honor, Mayor and Council, to serve in this role with you.